Do 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 do. Do. Oh, that was wonderful. Let's just misplace everything. Oh boy. Hey, how is everybody? Oh, one guy's terrible. Awesome. Tis the season. Oh boy. Just gotta figure out, Jan, what to do. Oh, apparently got a present on Steam. I guess I'll check that out. Steam. Come on. Steam hates you and will not load. Okay, well, alright then. Ah, there it goes. Oh. Bum 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 bum. Do do do. See what this is. Your Steam store updated. Oh God. Come on. Oh, there it is. Gift. Let's see what it is. Oh. Something called unredeemed. Yeah. Oh, it's an amnesia game. Oh wait, no. It's amnesia, but I hadn't redeemed it. Oh, okay, got it. Amnesia: The Dark Descent. Yeah, what the hell? Let's install this. Let's see. Yep, that's about right. All right, that's probably gonna take a while, so that's not gonna be happening too terribly soon. Let's screw around with our bandwidth and see what's up. Hey, Razorvine, what's up? Wi-Fi is being wonderfully. Ileana Gonzalez says that Wi-Fi is being wonderfully shit. She's on her phone. Super Anime Girl is here. Nick Kurtz is here. Awesome Man is here. Lazy and her brother are a little under the weather, but they're here. Someone's riding out a Red Bull hangover. Fern. Let's see. I don't know what we. Yeah. I played your video because I went to your. Oh, come on. Ah, we're back. Oh boy. Live stream health is not doing too well. I think the installing of the game is giving us shit. So maybe we need to not do that at the moment. Do. Well, it's almost 50% complete, so might as well just. Might as well. Jesus Christ, cat. What was that? My cat is stinky as shit. What is. What's it been like in Cali? Oh, geez. Right now in San Francisco, it's kind of cold. It's very cold, not like snowing cold. The temperature's still like bigger than my age, but it's so great. Point of a cat is you're not supposed to have to clean him. So if he's like, clean me, I'm like, God damn it, cat. You gotta just get with it. Oof, 10 degrees wherever Superman anime girl is. Jesus Christ. That's Fahrenheit, right? Because I imagine if it was Celsius, that'd be really bad. Oh, boy. Hey, man, is this like, am I being too loud, dude?
No, I needed to use my inhaler.
Oh, okay. Hey, good morning, Morning, I get this. Anastasios. There we go. That's it. Oh, man. The stream health is doing much better now. Also looks like we're on the install as opposed to the download cycle, so that's pretty good. Oh, Mississippi is freezing. Oh, geez. Anastasio says being Greek has some issues. I heard Alaska is actually very warm. I don't know who told you that. I think they're a liar. That sounds like bullshit to me.
Warm in the summertime.
Oh, Horror Wrestling Guy says he passed his stats class. Excellent. Hey, babe.
Hello.
I love you too. Oh. Fuck it. I got an idea. Razorvine, are you in a place where you could actually like get on Skype? Now I gotta wait for a response. Do. Yep, I might be attacked by a Groot. It's getting dark. Yeah. Get on Skype, Razorvine, and we'll chat for a bit. Do. Oh, I'm gonna take this off for the moment. There you go. There's your Christmas. You know, goddamn Christmas. Oh, man. Yeah, Yoga Hosers was not that good, unfortunately. Hey, man.
Hey. Got me?
Yeah, I got you. Are you cameraing or just audioing it today?
Sorry, just a second.
Here we go. All right, we got some video. Dark video for dark times. Oh man. So how have you been doing?
um, Pretty good lately. I went and saw Rogue One today.
Oh, what'd you think?
I was very impressed. I don't know how to talk about it without like spoiling anything though. Like, holy crap.
Yeah, I think that would be. Yeah, it probably is the problem about talking about it on a stream. Hard to discuss without going like, oh yeah, by the way, spoilers all over the place.
Yeah. Oop, you know what? I don't like that. There.
You don't like us looking into your kitchen or bathroom, whichever the case may be.
Oh, it's my living room technically, but it's like it looked awful. So
Okay, everyone's saying no spoilers. So okay, it's a good movie. It's a very good movie.
Yes, it is a good movie.
Yeah, like we said in the non-spoiler section of the vlog with Morgan, it was like, yeah, the first half's a little rickety. You're like, wow, you just put that exposition here because it wouldn't fit anywhere else. You know, but by the end of the movie, everything is smooth sailing. It goes really well.
Yeah. And well, it's beautiful. It's beautiful how tightly it fits into the universe.
It is. It's actually quite remarkable. You know, that fucking Grand Moff Tarkin effect. Holy crap! I couldn't believe that.
Yeah, that
You're
was
like,
pretty good.
Oh man, Peter Cushing is back from the grave.
Absolutely. Yeah, I've been catching up basically on my movies like this last week. I got to see Rogue One today, and I got to see Doctor Strange just Wednesday. We're thinking about going to see Fantastic Beasts like tomorrow. So I'm really like money came back, you know. You know, if you know how I'm talking about, you know how
yeah.
Sometimes and work has been okay. It's super freaking cold in Minnesota right now. It's like negative something. Negative like 15 I think right now. At least where I live. You know, lucky you and your what? How cold is it where you are right now?
Oh, it's not that cold. Like the temperature's still like above my age, but just barely.
Yeah, but you probably don't get how cold does it get in like San Francisco?
Usually not this cold. At least not in winter. You know, it usually hovers around like 50. It's like dropped below that. It's like, oh man, like we woke up today and it was like, let's wake up. Jesus Christ, I don't want to get out of this bed. It's fucking cold out there. No way. I hate this. You know, it's one of those things where I'm built for a lot warmer temperatures. Like I can handle the cold, but it's not. I wouldn't say it's my favorite thing in the goddamn world. You know, especially a combination I really hate is cold with no snow. I can handle a much greater degree of cold if there is some precipitation. You know, like it's like, oh, hey, like rain and cold is awful. But like, you know, it's like, oh, it's snowing. Okay, it's just cold. Yay, but look at it out there. It's all pretty. You know, but San Francisco, there hasn't been snow since I moved here, so I haven't seen live snow since I went to I saw snow when I went to MagFest like what 3 years ago, something like that, when it was snowing down there. But that was like the last and only time I've seen it in like 15 years, something like that. You know, like it's been a long time.
If you really want snow, you should come visit me. Oh my God, we get it every freaking year.
Well, you're like Minnesota, right?
That's right.
No,
That's right.
I don't think I want to be in Minnesota. That doesn't. I don't know what I do there besides go. Yup, that's a whole lot of farmland.
St. Paul and Minneapolis are really nice. Um, but yeah, I know what you're saying. I get what you're saying. Um,
Oh, you
uh,
sounded like you were going to go on there.
well, yeah, I mean, St. Paul and Minneapolis are they're it's how do I put it? They're big enough cities to have lots and lots of cool stuff in them, but they're not like Chicago big or LA big or anything like that.
Right.
Um, and I live in the cities, so I can't stand living out where in the farmlands where you're talking about because there's
Yeah.
nothing around. Um, but like we've got some nice things up here in the cities. We do. Uh, um, I would rather probably live um probably in California or I don't. I've heard that I definitely don't want to live on the East Coast because the people out there would drive me crazy. But
Yeah, it's pretty nuts. It's really like if you're having problems with the political discussion like online, don't live in New York. Just don't. Like you will not survive. You will turn a gun on somebody or yourself. I mean, it's really bad. Like as much as people like have that thing where they're like, "Oh, you're in the Bay Area, right?" I'm like, "Oh, you're in New York, aren't you?" It's like there's a particular type of bitching that happens in New York, which is really interesting. It's like there are three distinct types of political bitching that happen. New York is, well, you just don't understand. That's New York right now. That's Manhattan. Um, San Francisco is kind of like, well, you just need to be educated. And Portland is well, you just need to fucking, like, just be like us. You just need to be better. And it's like, oh, shut the fuck up. Like, done. I'm so done. You know, I'm so done with that mentality because I'm like, why? Why does this keep happening? Why do we keep doing this? Like, how often do you need to hear the words, "This is why people don't like you," before the message starts to get through?
yeah, yeah.
You know,
Uh,
that's what's really, it's really, and the funny thing is it's not even, you get to the point where it's not even about the issues. It is literally about the communication style.
yeah, I've had some. There's been some New York transplants out here, and oh well, not just New York, but like East Coast in general,
Mm.
and the way they're like I don't know. It's just it's a level of smarminess that
Yeah, it's gotten really bad. It got super bad. Like the only thing I can figure is that what happened is you got like almost an entire generation of people that went to college, but it didn't raise the collective IQ of anybody. It just fucking raised everyone's like pretension level, and that was a huge problem. Like another thing, a lot of people, this one frustrates me to no end, where people equate moral character with intelligence, and I'm like, no, no, smart people are no more or less likely to be moral than any other group of people. Like, it doesn't work that way. Just because you know what morals are doesn't mean you follow them or that they have meaning to you. It just doesn't. If that were true, I wouldn't be able to look at a movie review and go, "This is written for a college class, wasn't it?"
mm,
And be right.
Right.
You know, because I mean, oh, I love college thesis criticisms. Love them because first thing that happens, lot of $5 words. Like, oh, look at me, I'm using a big word, and I'm like, yeah, I know, you just learned what that meant. So like, now you've got this hammer, and every problem's a nail, and you just want to use your big words. You want to drag your thesaurus out and fucking like show everybody how big your vocabulary is. But the problem is, nobody cares. Like nobody cares. It's like nobody gives a shit. It doesn't matter. You know, that only matters to people who care about a large vocabulary, and not even all smart people do that. You know, and in fact, smart people don't tend to really, truly smart people don't tend to care. They're like, well, can you communicate your idea? Can I understand the words that you're using? You know, that matters for a whole lot more. You know, that matters much more because if you can articulate your idea without overcomplicating it, that means you truly understand it and want to be understood. And that's coming at it from a very different angle from, well, everything I write has to sound like I'm going for a college dissertation. You know, because the way you talk to college professors is not the way that you talk to everybody else. It just isn't, you know. And especially when you're talking about something like art, the more obtuse you are, the worse it is. But the more status you gain among your peers. But what's that worth really? You know, that doesn't necessarily translate into dollars. That doesn't necessarily translate into enrichment of experience. It doesn't translate into true understanding. It doesn't do any of those things. So I've never seen what the point was because, you know, if it's not about understanding, I'll take cash. But if it's not about cash or understanding, I don't understand the point. And it's like, well, it's just so I can sound smart. And I'm like, some of the smartest people I know say the dumbest fucking shit. Like, just the dumbest things. And, like, my favorite being the fundamental misunderstanding between money and power. A lot of this is in particular like an issue that a lot of people in tech have. For some reason, like people in technology don't really understand the difference between money and power. You know, what's power? Power is the ability to get people to do what you tell them. It's the ability to get them to do what you want. That's power. You know, and if you can enforce that through others, that's big power. You know, if you can get the law, and if you can change the rules, i.e. the law, that's massive power. That's big power. You know, that's the type of power that puts you in the upper echelon of play, where all of a sudden you're playing against peers, not pieces that you can manipulate. Like for instance, you know, in the theater of world politics, the national leaders are the ones at the high level of play. They're the ones playing against each other. They play against each other through ambassadors, through foreign policy, through straight up threats, through warfare, you know, and they bicker just like everyone at every social strata does, and completely for the same reasons. They're no different. They're absolutely no different. You know, you just need them to be a little bit more broad-minded because they need to represent your interests. They need to do what's best for you. You know, otherwise, it's just tyranny. It's just dictatorship, and not like dictatorship as in we just call it dictatorship. I mean, like dictatorship for real. But the problem is this is why dictators, true dictators, actually tend to be very bad at foreign policy and very bad at diplomacy, because they're not used to having to please other people. They're used to just having it done because they say so. And that's why they go to war so often, because that's their go-to. You know, it's like, well, violence worked in the past, so maybe threats of violence will work here. And to a certain extent they do. But you wouldn't say it creates a fantastic move forward. You know.
Yeah. No, I guess this now you got me thinking about our own politics right now.
The future leader of our nation. Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
not looking forward to that. Let me tell you.
No,
You
no.
know.
I I'm I don't know. When is it? Is it today? Tomorrow? When are they finally doing the electoral college?
Oh, that's in like mid-January. I
Oh,
don't know what the actual date is, but I don't think that the Electoral College is going to go against the popular vote. I'd be shocked if they did. Or rather, against the, not against the popular vote. I don't think that they're going to go against the electorate as
yeah,
described in the votes of the Electoral College already. So basically,
yeah,
if
yeah.
they move against Trump, I would be shocked. I'd be really shocked.
Mm,
Because like I said, like even if they did, like no move is not uncomfortable. No move is comfortable here. Everything's uncomfortable.
yo,
If we
no.
stay with what we got, it's uncomfortable. If we move against the winning of the presidency as set down in the Constitution, we have a completely other problem. You
Yeah, yeah,
know, and that's why I was like, the only way out, which is a good move, is an emergency presidential election.
yeah.
Um,
But
but
that's never happened before,
no,
right?
it's never happened before, and they're not going to do it.
Yeah.
You know, that's the big but the problem is that it's the best move, but they're not going to do it. So every outcome we have from now on is going to be bad. There is no good outcome. You wouldn't say Trump was a good outcome. You wouldn't say moving against the electorate is a good outcome. Like it's
No,
just gonna be bad.
no.
And
There's
I'm not really willing to sacrifice representative democracy over this. I'm just not. You know, as much as I'd rather have a much more direct form of democracy, like once the votes are cast, you can't change the rules after that.
yeah, yeah.
You know,
Absolutely.
we could totally change the rules of the Electoral College for the next election. I'd be up for that. You know, I'd be totally down for that. But no, not after the winner's essentially been declared. Trump would have to literally disqualify himself somehow. But there's no way to disqualify yourself from being elected the president. There is only impeachment. You know, the only way he could be disqualified is if it was discovered that he was literally not a U.S. citizen or was a traitor of the state.
Mm-hmm.
That's the only way it could happen. You know, that and nothing short of that is gonna work. Like he has to be found to either not be a citizen, which good luck with that. I'm pretty sure he was born in New York.
Yeah.
You know, and as far as being an actual traitor is concerned,
That requires a lot of proof.
it requires a huge amount of proof. You
Yeah.
know, especially to accuse an incoming president, you need a mountain of evidence, like just a sheer huge mountain. Like not just that there was malfeasance, but that he was in on it and in on it against the interests of America. That's the big problem. That's the big one. You know, it's like, why do we prove that he intended to fuck America over? Intended to. That's the big thing. You know, not just put us in a bad political position, but actually intended to destroy the nation.
Mm-hmm.
That's a lot harder. That's a lot harder. You know, and to say nothing of the fact of what would happen if you succeeded in doing that. If that was true, what do you think would happen? You know, we'd still need an emergency election.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like that's why I'm like, no, emergency election after all that was the best route. But of course, not going to happen at all. You know, wasn't going to happen at all. And now the only thing that's left is to try to is instead of doubling down on our political positions is to find the commonality between the two sides, because that's what's going to save us right now. And that's not going to be very comfortable for a lot of people who are used to considering themselves in the right.
Yeah. I feel, hey, it's the thing. It's the thing. This last election cycle has just completely and utterly like hammered home into my head is flat out that we have to stop this. We cannot.
No.
We cannot continue to look at that other side and then say they're not worth listening to completely.
Yeah. We can't do that. You can't do that. It's that's got to end immediately. And everyone who doubles down, we have to start ignoring. Just as a matter of the survival of the union. Which is weird, because you're like, it's really hard to explain to people. Look, you have to understand something about the difference between individual. I hate to use this term because it's so loaded, but I don't have another word for it. So I will say it badly because I cannot say it well. Here we go. Identity politics mean nothing if the nation rips itself apart.
Right.
It means absolutely nothing. Why? Because now there's no nation to uphold those rights, and it's every man for himself. And when it's every man for himself, you have no rights. It's the survival of the fittest, and that's it. That's it. That's the only law. At that point, you really need to figure out whether or not you have to be violent against your neighbor, and you don't want that. You do not want that. That is really bad. That is large parts of Africa. You don't want that at all. So we have to start listening to each other. Brexit, another great example of what can happen. Like, that country's in a nosedive. They're in free fall. Like, who would have thought that? Who would have thought that Great Britain would start to spiral out of control?
Mm-hmm.
But here we are. It's happening. And because you gotta realize this, despite the fact that we're not doing too well, despite the fact that we're about to enter a very, very bad political time, we're not in free fall. The United States is not in free fall. It's not doing well. It's not doing great, but we didn't all of a sudden just go start careening off the cliff.
Yeah.
Economically.
Yeah.
So that's very important to keep in mind.
We had the scare on the day of the election, but then after that day, like, the economic sector kind of like, okay, hold on a second, and then it's true. They were talking about they were actually talking about in the chat about Civil War, and I'm like, I don't know if it's gonna go there.
I don't think it can, to be totally honest, because how would that Civil War work?
In the modern day, it would be fucking bonkers. It would be bonkers.
Because you got to remember, like, a red state is only red by 56%.
Right.
What you got to do about that other, like, 34%? You can't have Texas go to war with Texas. It doesn't work. It really doesn't work. You can't even have, the ghetto of Baltimore go to actual war with the rest of Baltimore, or vice versa. It doesn't work. You either have a complete rout, which is, all right, we're just going to be racist and exterminate all these people, or you have how are we ever going to defeat them in the first place? Like, that's not a war. You can't have a war with only one side in those areas. But the thing is, the political landscape's not even that simple. What would happen to Washington, D.C.?
Oh, geez.
Like, physically, what would happen to D.C.? Where would these people meet? There would have to be an organized secession first. But how are you going to do that? One of the reasons that the South was able to conduct a civil war was because it could fucking organize its own army. Florida's not going to fucking organize an army. That's not going to happen. Like, maybe Texas will have militias, but, good luck with that. Certainly the North is not going to amass any sort of real armed force. So who's left? We have to have the U.S. military fight itself. That's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. There would have to be it's more likely that there'd be a military coup. You don't want that. You don't want that at all. That's really bad. So there's just that whole thing about a lot of people's like, yeah, a lot of people in the military say that they might not listen to Trump. And I'm like, oh, geez, I don't want the country to go the way of the USSR. I don't want it to go the way of Russia. That military coup was it was understandable, but it was one of the worst things that happened. It shouldn't have been. It looked like it was going to be okay. Oh, we're tearing the wall down. We're tearing the Berlin Wall down. Okay, that's great. But it turned out disastrous on every other fucking level. Mm-hmm. And then they were oh, hey, let's get into the investment market. And I'm like, investment market? Like, why are you getting into the investment market? You need to be figuring out, how to produce food and shit. Fuck Wall Street investment. Fuck those dollars. Can't have people starving to death. Come on.
What worries me a little bit is that we're even having this conversation.
I know, right?
We shouldn't be thinking about this. These shouldn't be possibilities in the future. I don't know.
Yeah. They're not. They shouldn't be. But I still say they're a long way off because I take solace in the fact that, hey, America's really bad at totalitarianism. We're really bad at it. Just culturally, we suck. Mm-hmm. We can't do it. We're not that good at it. I don't know how we would be. The minute Trump starts taking property away, fucking white armed militias will move against him. Because you can't. I don't know how else to say it other than you can't take property rights away from white people. That's not gonna work. That's not gonna work. They're gonna defend that shit.
Yeah.
They know that's what they got over everybody else. They fucking know. People out in the middle of Wisconsin or Texas or Michigan, they'd be like, wait, eminent domain? Fuck you. Fucking, hey, get cows off of public property. Look what happened.
Yeah.
Can't do that.
That situation still pisses me off.
Yeah, it pisses me off, but it's one of those, I wonder if the Second Amendment isn't going to ironically be the salvation of America for the next 4 years. Just the realization of oh, wait, shit, no, the populace is armed.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Shit. Yeah.
What do we do now? It's a consideration that you don't need to make until things are that bad, but I'm not convinced they're not that bad. So wouldn't that just be fucking ironic?
Yeah, that would be kind of hilarious, actually.
Yeah, it'd be fucking hilarious. It was oh, geez, yeah, we couldn't shoot them. They had guns. That meant war. We weren't willing to go that far.
I have a whole bunch of friends. The whole Standing Rock thing.
Yes.
I have a whole bunch of friends. I have a whole bunch of friends who are veterans, and they just recently went up there and basically called the bluff. Basically, they were like, "We're organized. We have guns and da da da, and we're gonna go through, and we're going to give these people help. And if you try to get in our way, and the the cops kind of blinked. The cops blinked up there. And
They did. They totally did. The ATF and the FBI and all those guys, they're just like, oh shit, we can't fire on veterans.
Yeah.
That'd be monstrous.
Yeah.
You know? Like, because it's like I said, like, it's one thing. As awful as it is, it's like, well, it's one thing to shoot at, like, you know, at Indian people, but you shoot at white veterans, that's entirely another.
Mm-hmm.
You know, as awful as that is in fact the way it works. And it's awful. It's awful. But at the same time, I'm like, you know what? I'll take it. I'll take the Hail Mary pass on that. Okay.
Yeah.
You know, and that's what I'm wondering. I'm wondering if that's how it's going to go down in general, where it's going to be like, well, we thought about doing this, but then all these ex-military guys showed up with guns and they were like, no, fuck you, we're not doing that. So now we had to back down and rethink the entire strategy and be like, all right, well, how can we deal with this? But of course, the other thing that helped was in Standing Rock was, in fact, Obama.
Yeah.
And the Army Corps of Engineers, and just going like, hey, look, do we really have to do it this way? And having guys at the Army Corps go like, no, actually we don't. Oh, well, good, great, get on that. You know, do something about it. You know, like, oh, yes, sir. You know?
Yeah. So, congratulations on your War Against Christmas videos. I enjoy the one that just came out.
Oh, thank you. Oh, Patrick Thompson Patrick Thompson says he's gonna leave a video on Twitter about Standing Rock. Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah, because that's a really interesting situation. It's a really interesting situation. Super bad, but very interesting nonetheless. But you could probably tell with me, I'm kind of like fascinated by bad things. You know?
You?
Yeah, me. You know.
I lies and slander.
Yeah. It's so terrible. It's so awful. But yeah. Oh, I'm glad that people are liking the War on Christmas so far. You know.
It was, you know, something, it filled a void where I didn't know there was a void. Strangely.
Does someone actually declaring just flat out war on Christmas?
Yeah, just say it. Just say, you know what? Screw it. Yeah, we fucking declare war on Christmas.
Yeah. We're doing it for real. Yeah, let's do it. Well, it was really weird because like that did all come about in that unboxing where I was just like, you know, just war on Christmas, everybody. And then Josh was like, hey, why don't we film that a Christmas cameo for Channel Awesome? And I was like, okay. So I just continued the War on Christmas rant. And as I was putting the unboxing together, I was like, hey, why don't I put together a little intro that's like, yeah, I officially declare war on Christmas. And then I'll just keep saying, declare war on Christmas. And as I was doing that intro, I was like, man, this looks like an intro to a mini series that I would do. And so originally I was like, well, why don't I do Silent Night, Deadly Night, and that'll be my War on Christmas. And then I was like, that doesn't really seem like enough, does it? You know, that doesn't. And then the Countess was like, wait, I got an idea. Remember the Halloween specials that you did? And I was like, yeah. What about it? Oh, you think I should do it like that, where I'm like busted on Christmas specials and telling everyone what's stupid about them? Okay. She's like, well, which one do you think you should do first? I'm like, well, if it's going to be like the Halloween specials, I have to start with Charlie Brown.
Right.
You know, we got to start with Charlie Brown. That's the starting point, you know. And where are we going to end up? We're going to end up on a Christmas special that I actually, truly, absolutely, legitimately hate. But I'm not telling you what it is. That's the surprise.
All right.
You know, obviously right now I'm working on Nestor the Long-Eared Christmas Donkey, which, oh my God. that one's just bad. That's just think about it. Like the Charlie Brown Christmas special has like a lot of bullshit, but it's not bad in like a real objective sense. Nestor the Long-Eared Christmas Donkey is just objectively bad. There's no way you can look at it and not go, wow, this is a piece of shit. Like, because nothing works. Nothing fucking works in that goddamn thing. You know? And the last one, I have a feeling I'm going to have a lot of people going like, yeah, actually, this one is kind of fucked up. You know, like, what the hell is up with this? Yeah, and as you, and hopefully what you'll see, the next video, the War on Christmas will escalate. A hero will rise, and a hero will rise, and a challenge will be given, you know, and all that shit. And by the end of it, as we coast into the final episode, you know, all will be revealed.
That sounds great.
Yeah. Including what the point of all this is, you know, like why do this, you know. And I'm pretty happy. I want to give special thanks to somebody, but I have to wait until it's over, otherwise it's going to give the surprise away. Because the minute I mention what's happening, everyone will know where I'm going with it, and I want that to be the surprise. Although you will know by the second episode who's going to be showing up.
Awesome.
Oh man.
I'm glad, you know. I was kind of hoping when I was kind of hoping that you do something similar to your Halloween specials at some point again, because I really loved those videos. I know they're like kind of they're older, so they're kind of raw, but like
yeah they are a lot rawer. The funny thing is I've done them. I kind of realized how far I had come with being able to make these videos simply by how quickly I was able to do. I was able to do that the first War on Christmas video in 4 days. That's 4 days from start to finish, and I'm like, oh,
that's a pretty awesome turnover.
Yeah, especially considering like all the stuff that happens in that video, like just like how to put it, just the spaceship bit. Just the spaceship shit, that was like a day. Like putting that one together. You know, and this one's looking like it will also take about the same amount of time, maybe a little bit longer. The episode overall might be a bit shorter though, because I do need to give myself time for the final episode, which is going to be, you know, that one's going to be a lot of work on. That's going to be a to-do. That's going to be a big to-do, and I'm a little bit worried because I'm like, oh geez, I hope I can get it all done, you know, for Christmas morning.
Right. Yeah, you've got a week.
Yep, got essentially 6 days. You know, essentially 6 days. That's very scary, you know, especially considering some of the stuff I'm trying to do, where I'm like, oh boy, are we going to do this? And I'm pretty sure what's going to happen is just a lot of stuff's just going to be done on the quick and dirty. You know, like I had to cut out an entire space battle. Because there was supposed to be a space battle, but like I was thinking I would do it really stupid, where instead of like having like sound effects and great things, it was just like clip art and just me going pew boom, pew, boom. Yeah, which I might hold on to that idea. I might do that in another video just for shits and giggles, you know. But yeah, there probably gonna be a lot of cameos in the next episode. You know,
that's awesome.
Yeah, which I'm looking forward to. Speaking of which, I better check, just because I'm a little a little nervous. Let's see who has responded. Oh, no one yet, other than the people who have already responded.
Okay.
Do 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 do. Do do
I,
do.
lo-
But yeah.
I love that that's your default. Do do do
Do
do
do
do.
do. Yeah, the fucking McDonald's fucking do 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 do. I'm fucking it. You know, like that damn thing. Oh,
Oh. Uh.
I can't
So
believe someone. I can't believe Max Landis is writing the Pepe Le Pew movie. What the fuck is? What the fuck?
there's a Pepe Le Pew movie?
Yeah. He's writing the Pepe Le Pew movie, and I'm like, what? I didn't. Not that Pepe Le Pew's not, an important Looney Tunes character, but a whole movie, really?
Yeah.
Like who?
Like, is it, I assume it's gonna be animated? Or are we
Yeah,
talking?
I'm pretty sure it is.
Okay.
Like at the very least, they'll do it Bullwinkle or fucking Roger Rabbit style, where Pepe is the one who's animated.
Well,
But I'm pretty sure they're gonna animate the whole thing because that's what they've been doing for a while. Yep, rape skunk.
yep, the rape
Yeah.
skunk.
Actually, I don't know about rape. I wouldn't say rape skunk, but I would say sexual harassment skunk. Like I don't know if I go as far as full on rape. I don't think he actually ever does that. Because whenever the table is, because what's the classic setup? When the table is turned, he runs away.
It's true.
Yeah, sex offender. Yeah, sex offender. I think that might be that might be fair.
It seems kind of weird to me to do a movie. I don't know. I just don't feel like he's the most popular Looney Tune to give him his own movie. I don't know. It seems weird to me.
He's definitely an odd choice. It's definitely not what I would have chosen. I would have thought you could have gotten more. You probably could have gotten more mileage, more like narrative mileage out of Foghorn Leghorn.
Yeah,
You know,
almost. Yeah.
Yeah, but doing a Pepe Le Pew movie is kind of like would kind of like be doing a Coyote and Roadrunner movie. You're like, what are they gonna do? Like what are they gonna do that they haven't done before? Like, not quite seeing it. Like you would have to totally because Pepe Le Pew is one joke.
Yeah.
It's just one joke, and like I'll be honest, they never even got a Bugs Bunny movie right.
Right. Yeah. No. Yeah. Absolutely. Like, why are we going to this character that is literally one joke when we haven't even gotten Bugs or Daffy, really, any of their
Yeah.
main characters right? The
Yeah.
close.
Not by themselves.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like in another one that is like the only thing that I can think of that they might do with it that might work is if the idea that Pepe Le Pew is actually like an actor in Hollywood. Like we move forward with the whole Toontown. I like the idea from like Roger Rabbit that Toons are like actors.
Yeah.
And it's just basically Pepe Le Pew trying to get his fucking like career back on track and his life together. It's the only thing that I can think of doing, that would be different from what we have done before. Unless everything else just sounds like regular old cartoon hijinks. Like, if you want to know, like, how hard it is to turn, like, some of these characters into, from 6-minute cartoon to movie, bear in mind, who also doesn't have a feature to himself? Mickey Mouse.
That you are correct about that.
Yeah. We've done, like, Scrooge McDuck has one.
Yeah.
But that's because of DuckTales and the Scrooge McDuck comic that had inspired it.
Yeah.
Because they had done these big stories of Scrooge McDuck before, so they had something to something to hang a hat on. It's like, oh, okay, so if we put Huey, Dewey, and Louie and Donald and Uncle, Scrooge McDuck together, that they can go on an adventure and do something. But like the fact that they would even go on adventures was a huge departure from what they had done in the past. It's a gigantic departure. You know,
Yeah.
like, wait, Scrooge McDuck is going to go on an expedition to the Himalayas? What the fuck are you talking about? He's just that guy with the money bin and what? He's just that guy from that one cartoon where they talk about the money. Why would you build an entire comic franchise around him? You know, but they did. They did. Back in the 60s, they did. Or it might even been as early as the 50s. You know? And then, like, here comes the 90s, or late 80s, and they make DuckTales.
Yeah.
You know?
Did you hear about who they cast as Scrooge for the new
David
DuckTales
Tennant?
show? Yeah.
That's actually... I'm very interested in that, because I'm like, actually, he does have the right accent, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's Scottish, so yeah.
Yeah, he's Scottish, so he's got the accent, you know? I don't know how it's going to sound having David Tennant's voice come out of Scrooge McDuck unless, like, David Tennant just flat out does Scrooge McDuck really well.
I don't remember the name of the actor who did
Alan
it, but
Young.
he did Alan Young. He did Scrooge for so long.
Yeah.
It was, you know, it's going to be, you know, anybody who's going to go up against that, I sympathize with having to deal with that kind of a legacy, you know.
Yeah.
But
yes, Scrooge McDuck.
They pretty much have recast everybody in that cast, although they say that they're probably going to have people from the older show show up for various different things. Because a lot of them are pretty old. Like, the lady who plays Magica is like ancient. I can't, and she still works.
Oh God, not June Bellamy, but yeah, she did the voice of Rocky the Squirrel and Natasha from the Bullwinkle Show and all that jazz. Yeah, she's been in fucking.
Oh, I can't remember her name though.
You know. God, let's see if we can't like find her name. Hold on. Voice actress Rocky the Squirrel. Probably the role she's most known for. June Foray. Also, this is interesting. Yeah, June Foray, and the other one was Susan Berman. Has also played Rocky. Man, June Foray, she is 99. Oh, geez.
Yeah.
She's still with us.
Yeah.
Hanging on. I don't know, man.
She did Magica for the DuckTales video game remake they did a few years back.
Wow.
And she's still doing work. It's crazy. That she's older than freaking Betty White. And she's still doing work, you know?
Yeah, man. Yikes. Well, I imagine they'd probably get Susan Berman, who did, who does most of those voices, who does a lot of her old voices now whenever they resurrect something.
Mm-hmm.
Like you could get someone to play Magic Dispel.
Oh, yeah. Magica's not really. I can't do a Magica, but it's not as far as it's kind of it's like an Eastern European type thing, right?
Well, yeah, it's basically the Natasha accent.
Yeah.
Hello, you have to, you have to say things like this, darling.
Yes.
Like vaguely Eastern European, something.
something.
Yeah. God, I wonder what was her name who did. You remember the character? She's a Looney Tunes character, Witchy Poo.
Oh, vaguely.
Yeah. A cup of tea, a cookie, and you. God, let me see. Looney Tunes. Witchy Poo. Oh shit! Maybe Witchy Poo was from Sid and Marty Krofft.
Thinking Witch Hazel, maybe.
Witch Hazel. Yeah, I'm thinking of Witch Hazel.
It's also played by June Foray and several other people.
Oh, Witch Hazel was also June Foray? Damn.
And
Good God.
B. Benadret, Tress McNeil, and Roz Ryan.
Which was the one that also did the voice of Wilma?
Wilma.
Oh jeez, we're going into like fucking cartoon mythology here.
I know. Okay,
Let's see, was it
Wilma.
B. Bernadette? No, it doesn't look like it. Roz
Wow, that's a
Ryan?
whole bunch of different people again.
Yeah.
Jean Vander Pell, apparently with the original voice of Wilma.
Damn. God.
You know, it's really interesting that a lot of these characters that last a long time, they tend to keep the same voice actor or actress over and over again.
Yes.
You know, even though they'll change the show, like they'll have, you know, like the Flintstones specifically, like that show lasted a really long time in all of its different incarnations, you know, because they had those, like the Flintstone, what the hell was that shit? Like the Flintstone Variety Hour and all that crap, you know?
Yeah. And then eventually, they fucking, they start doing those Flintstone movies. Those were weird.
Yeah.
Has anyone out there seen those Flintstone animated movies? Not like the live action ones, but like the cartoon ones from like the 60s. Those get really strange.
Oh, there was one in the 80s where Pebbles had a baby and Michael Jackson was in it.
Yes.
I remember that.
I remember that one. But like that wasn't like some of the stranger ones. Like ones like that I remember, like they were kind of like half new, half clip show kind of bullshit. But the ones that they did in the 60s they were like all brand new. It was like when they made them, it was just all brand spanking new, like fucking feature length animation. And one of them, the one I remember the most, was The Man Called Flintstone.
Right.
Which was one of the weirdest ones, which I swear to God, The Man Called Flintstone is where the person who came up with Carmen Sandiego got the idea. You know, because that's essentially who the villain of that movie is. You're like, wait a minute, that's basically Carmen Sandiego. Like, what? You know, and it kind of goes to show that line from The Simpsons, that one Simpsons episode where the guy who quote unquote created Itchy and Scratchy gets sued, when he stands up in front of the judge and he goes, "Judge, if you take away our right to steal ideas, where are they gonna come from?" And as a kid, you're like, oh, what a sleazy thing to say. But as you get older, you actually realize, oh, wait, no, he's got a point.
Yeah.
He's got a fucking point, you know?
Yeah,
like,
well, yeah. No, I think one of the things actually that I've changed my opinion on since I've gotten older about that is that copyright, we allow copyright holders to hold on to their copyrights for way too fucking long.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Way too long. And I really feel like we do everyone a disservice, because my opinion is, ironically, the moment when they can make the greatest contribution to society with their work since the work first came out is when they go. Because everyone's paying attention and everyone's remembering everything that they gave them, and is like, man, I wish I could do something like that. Hey, maybe I'll do a tribute. Maybe I'll take this idea that he had that he didn't do anything with and take it in a different direction. You know, because you don't know the opportunity costs of not allowing things to slip into the public domain in a timely fashion are immense.
Yeah.
They're absolutely immense. And I do blame Disney for that, as Chaotic Doctor mentions. Yeah, that was
Yep.
actually all their fault.
It's totally their fault.
Yeah. By the way, this is what I meant by, like, this character is basically Carmen Sandiego. Like, look at that. You know, that woman on the left with the cigarette holder, tell me that's not just Carmen Sandiego. Tell me that's not where she comes from. That's crazy.
Hey, you're showing it to the stream right now?
Yeah, I am.
Give me a sec.
Yeah.
Yeah, without the... Oh, on the left. Sorry,
on the left.
Yes.
On the left.
Yes. Yeah, holy shit, yeah.
Yeah.
Except she's like pink and purple, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And you're just like, wait, what? You know, like and I'm sure she's that way because of another character. Right. I can't quite remember off the top of my head because it probably has to do with like some old film noir movie that I haven't seen. You know, but maybe a bunch of people at the time probably did. I know it's not Casablanca. That's all I know. Right. But probably some other bogey film. You know, he did like 1 million of them. But yeah, it's crazy, like how all these like cultural artifacts inspire each other, and I don't like the idea that we're not allowed to build on that after a reasonable period of time. You know, because how often, like, do you know what one of my brother has this complaint constantly? It's one of the problems that he has with the video game industry. And this is going to sound like a really strange complaint. But he keeps going, why do we have to reinvent the wheel all the time?
Mm-hmm.
You know, oh, I really want to rewrite the game system. Why? Why? What's wrong with it? Well, I really want to remake the movement system. That was the weirdest one. I want to redo the movements. Why would anyone want to redo the movement system? You know, like, it works. What do you need? And it's weird because it's not like, very often it's not like, we have a better way of doing this. We have a better way of doing this. I think we should implement it. Usually it's more like we're just reinventing it to see what happens. And sometimes it works, and sometimes you lose 2 months of work. You know, like that happens with frequency. But you know, Will is always asking, what is this getting us? What is this giving us? And sometimes it produces good results. But then there are other studios that don't do that. They don't reinvent the wheel. They just build on it. A really good example of that is actually Atlas. Now, granted, they're a smaller studio. They're a much smaller studio. They're like 150 people.
Atlas does like the really grindy role-playing games, right?
Yeah. They do like Persona and Disgaea and, you know, Surgeon Simulator and shit like that. They also did, I'm pretty sure they also did Phoenix Wright.
No, that's that's Capcom, but I think, what was it? Atlas does, oh god darn it. The surgery, not Surgeon Simulator, that other surgery game. Oh, damn.
Yeah, they do some sort of doctor game, you know, that used the Wiimote. It was weird. Like I tried playing it and I'm like, what?
Oh, I love those games. They're really they're difficult though, because it's all about like the precision and it's really weird.
Yeah. Shin Megami. Oh yeah. The Shin Megami series. You know, that's Atlas. Like they don't really reinvent the wheel.
Thank you, Jacob. Trauma
Center. Yeah. They don't reinvent the wheel when they make a sequel. They're just sort of like, all right, we'll just build on the system that we've been using. You know, like once they did Persona 3, they didn't rewrite the game system for Persona 4 entirely. You know, they just changed a couple of things, balanced the game with different characters, and basically kept everything else. Because they were like, yeah, like, no one... The gameplay is intended to keep you playing. That's their goal. So once they've established that, they don't want to fuck with it too bad. You know, but they will fuck with their art style. They'll fuck with that. They'll fuck with whatever story they're doing. And I'm like, I'm really curious about this Persona 5. because I'm like, because I made no bones about it. It's like, yeah. Each Persona game is a different, like psychological concept. Because it's all based around the idea of the persona, which is a Jungian concept. So they're all about psychology. And the first one, it's just that in its raw form, and it sucked. It's a really bad game. The original Persona is really bad. It's super bad. Persona 2 got a bit more interesting because that's when it really started to take shape. And Persona 2 is actually 2 games that are part of one game. There's Persona 2 1 and Persona 2 2. And America only ever got Persona 2 2. We never got Persona 2 1. But by the time they got to 3, they were like, all right, this is just going to be all about the Freudian concept of the superego. This is it. This is what it's all about. And we're just going to go crazy. That's where the really wacky imagery comes in, where it's sort of like, yes, we must sacrifice the ego in order to become one with the superego. Yeah, which is why they're always committing suicide, because they're slaying the ego.
All right, the Persona games are the ones where they're shooting themselves in the head.
Yeah. That was 3 specifically.
Okay.
That was specifically 3. That was also the one where the Shadow Realm was called Tartarus, and it's called Tartarus, and it's a gigantic tower that, it's like the Inferno and upside down kind of thing. Really strange. Really weird, but everybody in that game is basically an ego concept, which is why those 3, while people like it, it doesn't have the cachet of 4, because 4 deals in the concept of archetypes. And that's a whole other thing. They made a whole game system based around the Jungian archetypes. And that was strange. That was a weird one, but it worked. Everyone loved it. It was really great. So now that they've done the 2 heavyweights, 5 is looking like, okay, this is what 5 is looking like. 5 is looking like it is, I feel so stupid saying this. I feel so dumb saying this, but I find myself going, okay, this is interesting. So 5 is all about Wilhelm Reich, as far as I can tell. Wilhelm Reich is the guy that had the concept of orgone energy, which was the literal energy of the libido. He believed in Gestalt therapy and primal therapy and the potential of orgasm to heal people, and all of this really, really weird out there stuff. Things which led to some really, really, really bizarre psychological concepts, a lot of which were disproven. Some of which had some merit to them. It's not like he was a complete failure, but he was a weird crackpot. So I don't think there's any denying that Wilhelm Reich was kind of a crackpot. But wow, this is the idea that someone would be like, you know what? Let's make a fucking video game all about Wilhelm Reich. And the reason I go, is this Wilhelm Reich? Is because everyone in that game is in bondage gear.
Right.
Every character is heavily sexualized in some way, and I'm like, whoa. And they're breaking through barriers and coming out of closets and shit, and I'm like, what? What? Are we doing Wilhelm Reich? Holy shit! I hope I'm right. I hope I'm fucking right, because that is the craziest idea I've heard. But it sounds like something Japan might do. Remember, this is the country that gave us a game that was all about fucking Chopin dying.
Yeah.
you know?
Yeah.
And in the end, he kills himself. You're like, what?
Oh, Japan.
Oh, Japan, you know? Like, what would we do without you, you know?
Mhm.
Oh. But yeah. All sorts of, like, craziness. You know, God, the Orgone accumulators. I like, if someone says Orgone in that game, I'm like, I'm going to be like, called it. Called it. Oh, man.
Um, have you ever played Planescape Torment?
I have played Planescape Torment. I really like Planescape Torment. It's a really good story.
Yeah, I think I don't know. I was just recently thinking about like the D&D video games that have come out over the years, and uh I guess I kind of feel like we've had some good ones, but I don't feel like we've had anything that's like great. Like, well, Torment's probably the closest thing I'd say, because the narrative in there was really really good, but it's like in some ways Torment is like clicking on things and reading a book, if you remember.
Oh yeah. Well, like the yeah, some of the Planescape Torment guys work at Bethesda now.
That makes sense.
Yeah. You know, you could tell, like, I think it's I don't know if he still works there anymore. He might have retired, but David Zeb Cook, he worked at Bethesda. He was a Bethesda native, actually. Like he literally lived in that area and did a lot of shit. Oh, I'm getting yep.
Hey,
Sorry.
yeah.
Let me see if I can get you back here. Woo, there we go. Um, yeah. Yogi was just sharing a picture of the Orgone accumulator, which looks like a big metal closet, you know, like, which I'm just sort of like, so when I see stuff like that in the trailer, I'm like, am I imagining this? Am I crazy? You know, and as I think Anime Girl 13 pointed out, she was like, yeah, you have to aim for the heart of your victim in order to reveal their true feelings. And I'm like, okay. All right, we might be onto something here. Maybe we're doing Wilhelm Reich. You know, that's gonna get really weird.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like there's gonna have to be a symbolic orgy in that story in order to go all the way with it.
Right.
Like, watch it actually be that. Watch it actually be like that. There's a mechanic where like two characters on the screen do something together to create a big effect. That will be your sex metaphor. You know, and then when it's really powerful, you got three. You know, so we're gonna see how, I want to see how that goes. You know, but I think it's only a PS4 game, so I have to get a PS4 somehow.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. I hope it comes. I'd like it to come out on PC, but I don't know if any of the Atlas games ever did.
Not 100% sure.
Let's see.
Hey,
What
hey,
systems will Persona 5 come out on? PlayStation 4. Okay, that answers that question.
hey, Arthur Knowledge, you sexy bastard.
Oh, hey, Arthur. What's up? Okay, April 4th, 2017 is when it hits worldwide. It's already out in Japan.
Japan. Yeah. Uh, I it'd be weird for them to. Does Atlas do a lot of cross-platforming?
They
I don't know.
don't. They don't. They mainly just do things for the PlayStation. Oh, I think your camera turned off, or it got
Uh
really fuzzy.
oh.
God, now I got Persona music like going in through my fucking. Whoa. Okay. There's whoa. Um Good God. Sorry, I'm just looking at some of the details of this game and I'm like, good God, like this gets weird.
So Japan.
So Japan, yeah. Like what the fuck? Like apparently like there's a mechanic that's like basically you commit capital punishment upon the personas. It's weird. Like you
Yeah.
fry them in electric chairs and hang them from the neck and shit. And I'm like, wait, what?
Wow.
Where are we go? What?
So how is that getting an that's gonna get an American release, huh?
Yeah. This is getting an American release. Wow. Okay.
You know what's messed up? You know what's messed up? That this will get an American release, even though it'll have imagery like that in there. But oh, God forbid we have a fucking sexy volleyball video game in America. You know?
Yeah. Like, well, it's that problem that I always have, which is in order to tell certain stories, like you have to code it, and I'm always like, why? We have to code it in order to tell the story at all, and then people complain about the coding, and it's the same people. Like, that's what pisses me off, which is, it would be one thing if one group of people was like, I wish we didn't have to code this, but there was another group of people that was like, God damn it, like, you gotta code this. You can't just do it. It's awful. You know, then we're having a fight, but what it really seems like is it's the same people and the same type of people every fucking time. Like, ever since, like, the fucking 60s, it's been fucking... Ever since the 60s, this is how it's fucking worked, as far as I can tell.
Yeah.
Which is people in... God, I'm about to become really unpopular. People in college courses complain about shit. Say we can't do certain things because they're harmful for society. You know, actually, if I could trace it back to the 50s, even I'd probably even go even farther if I really tried. Which is like, this thing about art is bad for society. You're not allowed to tell it. But
Right.
the problem is that telling stories honestly is a really huge part of the human experience. It's a really necessary part. Like, you can't develop meaning without doing that. You have to be able to do that in order to create meaning out of the chaos of human existence. You know, you have to have some sort of like fictional framework in order to go like, you know what? Things are okay. Because then things are never okay. And if things are never okay, you don't have any balance. If you don't have any balance, you have nowhere to stand. You don't have anywhere to stand. You have nothing to work towards and nothing to work with. And now you got a huge fucking problem. Like, just a huge problem. You know, as I'm very fond of saying, hey, where are those great, amazing works of art from Marxist nations? There aren't any. There aren't any. There aren't any great works of art. You know, like, here's the thing, though. Those that do exist, that there are artists who come from Marxist nations. Absolutely. You know, there are, but they tend to escape. They tend to go somewhere else. You know, even if they're Marxists themselves. Because they need that artistic freedom just to be able to do things. Like it's really crazy. Like, it's really nuts. Like, even great artists who grew up Marxist, like Alejandro Jodorowsky, like, he grew up a Marxist. Like, he didn't stay there. Like, he didn't stay in that system. He moved all over the world. You know, he was all over the place. He didn't stick there. And the big problem, like how to put it, Alejandro Jodorowsky, he comes from Peru, but who is his producer? His producer's French. It's a French dude. French dude produced all of his movies. Why? Because that was a guy who's willing to give him the freedom. And just be like, I will give you money, make movie. You want to make movie about guys walking up a mountain? Go for it. Let me give it to you. You don't get a lot of great artists in Marxist ideology. You just don't. They get crushed too easily. Like, all you need to do in order to make life difficult for an artist is convince people that them doing what they do is harmful to society. Bam, done. Now nothing's getting done. Now nothing's being created. And it's weird because everyone's like, well, doesn't art need limitations? And I'm like, no, the limitations are inherent in human nature. People get mad. There's art that people don't like. That's a limitation. There's art that will incite people to violence. That's a limitation. But I always found it very odd that the art that incites people to violence tend to be the places in which artistic criticism is super massively Marxist. That's where people get violent over it, like in a big way. Like, we get violent about art in America in specific ways and in small doses, but mainly we just hate it and tell other people to hate it, and that this is why it's bad, and it's bad for your children, it's bad for society. Yeah. But I'm always like, no, this is very good for society. It's really, really good. Yeah, but what if it was neo-Nazi propaganda? And I'm like, well, yeah, but now we're able to fight it. In order to make a piece of art and be allowed to respond to it with another piece of art leaves everyone open to change. And more people would rather not be Nazis than want to be them. Nobody wants the world to, very few people really want the world to be the way the neo-Nazis in America portray it. And I think that even applies to most neo-Nazis. I really do. I really do. I don't think even they want that. The problem is I think a lot of them think that this is all they got. And that's a reoccurring problem. Like, but the really virulent people are, and this is gonna hurt, the smart ones who have made a very, very bad decision.
Yeah.
Because you run into neo-Nazis and they start to idolize these people, and you're like, wait, how are you not smart enough to see through this? And these are not stupid, uneducated people. It's the problem is they don't. Some people just lack moral character. They lack the ability to put together everything and look at it and go like, I think that this is bullshit. Because I don't care how noble and great you think you are. This is the effect you have on the world. Therefore, this is wrong. This is bad. But you have to be able to do that.
Right.
And you'll notice a lot of critical theory doesn't apply at all. Like, moral character doesn't apply to critical theory at all, not even a little. The only way in which critical theory applies to morality is through the concept of oppression, and that's it. That's it. And the only reason it does that is because it's impossible to argue with it. You can't argue that someone's oppressed. Your entire philosophy is built on the idea that everything is a societal oppressive construct. So you can't argue with people who claim oppression.
Because then they'll just claim that you're oppressing them.
Yes, exactly.
Yep,
exactly. And now you're in the wrong according to your own code of ethics, and you can't have that. Can't have that. You can't be wrong and a monster. You know? No,
Yeah.
no, no. I'm too smart for that. I have to be right. Double down. You know, and I'm like, oh, it's always precious when I see that. It's always so fucking precious. You know, and I say precious through grit teeth, you know, because I really want to call them is what I really feel, which is fucking assholes. It's like, you're fucking assholes. You're a bunch of dicks. You cannot handle the opposing viewpoint at all, even enough to shut it off. That's the thing I find most fascinating.
Mm-hmm.
You know, can't even deal with it enough to shut it off. Because sometimes not giving a shit is your best way to deal with it. You just be like, no, I'm not dealing with this. I have to do that all the time. I have to do that all the time. Like, there's so many people. Like, it's one of the things I do hate is the number of there are a huge number of people that I am very interested in talking to that I utterly, absolutely, completely disagree with. And some people I only disagree with key points. You know, but a lot of people mention the fact that some of my viewpoints line up with the drunken peasants. So why don't I talk to them? And I'm like, because if I go on drunken peasants, we're not going to talk about what we have in common. We're going to discuss our differences.
Yeah.
And I'm not going on an established podcast to be someone's fucking punching bag, which is what's going to happen. Even if we agree. That's not anything, you know, about them inherently. It's just that's what's going to happen. You know, and I'm like, no. I am no one's fucking punching bag, and but I don't know that I can intellectually spar with those guys because I don't speak that same language.
Right.
You know, like that's going to be a problem. You know, it's going to be a huge problem. So I might talk to one of them, but going on the podcast with all like three of them, forget it. No way. You know,
Yeah,
I'm not an idiot. You know?
It's an unfair home team advantage kind of thing.
Exactly. You know, like it's one thing to be in a discussion among friends and have a disagreement with one person, but to actually, if I go on, that will be a challenge on all sides, and I know it. You know, but with that said, like there are a lot of times when there are things that each of those individual guys, they say shit, and I'm like, actually, they make a very good point here. But the problem is, you say that, all of a sudden people are like, oh, these guys are sexist, oh, they think this, oh, they think that, and I'm like, well, that may all be true, but that just distracts. That's just a distraction from the point I'm making, which is here, this one point. They have a point. There is something here worth looking at. Like my favorite guy to love and hate simultaneously is Sargon of Akkad.
Okay.
I love and hate that guy simultaneously. I like him because he is a very even-tempered guy. He does think about things very rationally, but one of the biggest problems that he has is that he is I don't know how to explain it other than he is massively trapped in Western philosophy. He's massively trapped in it. You know, like he's got that wrapped around his fucking vision like a goddamn tunnel. And there are times when it's like, you're right about certain things, but when we start to get into what makes one philosophy or ideology better than another, he will always fall on the side of the Greco-Romans. Always, as in being the superior one, because it creates, as he feels, superior outcomes. And I'm like, well, that's fine, but there's this whole other hemisphere that you're ignoring. This whole
Yeah.
other hemisphere that works by a completely different mental mechanics. You know, it's very different. It's super different. And it's one of those, well, we think that Greco-Roman was probably the best on the Western Hemisphere. That might be fair. But if we're talking about worldwide, oh no, there's a whole other way of seeing things that Western academia is largely blind to. Like, it really doesn't understand it at all. You know, we're constantly, it's impossible to get into a discussion about Eastern philosophy without people bringing up class structure. And this is really frustrating because Eastern philosophy doesn't organize itself along lines of class structure. It doesn't. It absolutely does not. You know, does it believe that classes exist? Sure. Of course. Of course they do. You know, of course they exist, but they don't sit as philosophical points because they've determined that philosophy has very little to do with the true governing of morality and the state. It's weird. It's very strange. You know, like, this isn't to say that their way is better, but philosophy to a lot of their thinkers is ultimately a little bit ignorable. And it's strange because the idea that you have to get rid of to understand anything in Eastern philosophy, absolutely anything, is that there is only one thing that is perfect. And that's enlightenment. Understanding. Understanding is the only thing which is perfect. Nothing else is perfect. Period.
Yeah.
There's nothing else. There's no perfect chair. There's no perfect man. There's no perfect God. There's no perfect rule. There's no perfect anything. Why? Because the world is chaos. There can be no perfection. Perfection is standing still. That don't make the world turn around.
It's true.
You know, like, how do you account for, in Western philosophy, how would you fucking account for a guy like Zhang Ji who says the wise man only destroys the world? And then makes the case that the wise man only creates a system by which other people can use the tenets of his wisdom to commit war on each other. Now, granted, you got to admit, you got to understand Zhang Ji grew up during the Warring States period. So that's exactly what was happening. You know, it's like, oh, well, if I go down there and try to teach them the ways of peace, they will find a way to use the words of peace to wage war on each other. Now what have I done? Like, now what have I done? It's like it's basically what he was saying. The difference between incarceration and rehabilitation. What's the problem? Incarceration is clear. You are here for this period of time for doing this thing. You get these rights. Everything else is a privilege. Bam. Done. Understandable. Every prisoner knows their position. You are a prisoner. You are a prisoner. You are being punished. We do not care if you have learned your lesson. You are here for 10 years. Done. Everything else is your responsibility, or you land back here. Done. What's the problem with rehabilitation? Well, as soon as and it's completely ass backwards. You would think rehabilitation would create a greater result, a better result, that it would lower recidivism. No, it raises it. The way that the prison system works right now on the idea of rehabilitation increases recidivism and riots. They explode. You know, the frequency explodes. You know, like in a prison beforehand, you'd get a riot about, you know, once every year or so, like a big one. Now that just happens. We don't even report on it anymore. It just happens. Riots just happens. It's like that Ali Sadiq bit. Mexicans got on boots. What the fuck does that mean? Oh, that means it's going to be a riot. You pretty calm about a riot? But that's how common it is. It's that common. Okay, it's going to be a riot. Wow. Holy crap. And you would think, like I said, you would think that it wouldn't do that. And a lot of people will blame the fact that we don't do it right. And I find myself going like, you're probably correct. We probably don't do it right. But therein lies the problem. We don't do it right. And no one knows what right is.
Yeah.
Like, no one knows what right is in that situation. What are we supposed to be doing? Oh, we're supposed to re-educate them. Are we? Are we really? Or are we just getting them off the street for a small amount of time and just like leaving off?
Yeah.
Solitary confinement, routine. You gotta be fucking kidding me.
Yikes.
That's some of the cruelest fucking torture devised.
Yeah.
Because you put a person in a room by themselves with no human contact for 24 hours, they will flat out hallucinate. They will go flat out crazy. Like we know each other by seeing other people. So what do you think starts happening if a person spends like 48, 72 a week in solitary confinement? They go fucking berserk. And then we're like, okay, now we're going to let you back out into the prison population. Are you fucking insane? You just fucking, like, tortured that person, left them alone to hate the world and you for an entire week, broke their spirit, and now releasing them upon others. That is the most retarded thing I have ever heard. If you're not going for rehabilitation, because rehabilitation, while that's the goal, no. What does it lead to? Crueler punishment. It leads to crueler punishment. Oh, well, we're just doing this so that they'll follow orders. Oh, we're just doing this because, we're just doing the blah, 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 blah. Stanford prison experiment stuff. Where you just find out, what's the problem with prisons? The problem with prisons is giving the guards any directive other than they are here for 10 years. Dinner is at this time, breakfast is at this time, rec yard is this time. They are allowed to have these rights, and everything else is a privilege. Done. Completely done. It's like, well, what if they mistreat people? Well, now you can fire them because there's less chaos. You can sort through it and be like, why'd you beat that guy? It's like, well, he did this. I don't fucking care. You don't do that. I'm docking you a day's pay. I'm suspending you. Fuck you. Hey, I did what I thought was right. I don't fucking care. Rule book says fuck you. So the answer is fuck you. But you start bringing in rehabilitation. You have to start like re-examining all this stuff. Everything is least clear when it needs to be most clear, which is, here are the consequences of your actions. Done. Simple. Very simple, because like, let's be honest, man, like a lot of people in prison, they're not necessarily very well educated. They've been in prison, so you got to make things very clear and very simple, but like, no, we don't want to do that. We want to complicate the criminal code. Hey, let's complicate it with more weird rules. What? Why? Like 3 strikes, that was the worst. And I remember as a kid, I supported that. Now I'm like, Jesus Christ, that was wrong. Wow. It looks so wrong in hindsight, but at the time it seemed so reasonable. Like, and the only person who argued with me was my dad. And he was right. He was 100% right. He's a smart guy. He was a wise man,
It looks like the chat is performing ritual cannibalism on the newbie.
Oh, who's the newbie? Who's the newbie? I gotta ask.
What was okay? I had to go back up again.
One of us. One of us. Oh, yep.
Science guy 888.
Science guy 888. Oh, yep. Oh, they smelled fresh blood. Oh, Ava Wams 123 says one of my aunts is in prison for drug abuse. Yeah, prison for drug abuse. That's retarded. Like, that is really fucking stupid. You know, like, why do that? That doesn't make any sense. You know, it just doesn't. Not on any level. Not unless they, like, oh yeah, this person, like, gets so fucking high they fucking, like, stab people. But then you put him in jail for the stabbing.
I never really understood making things illegal that, like, basically don't hurt anybody other than the person that they're hurting. You know,
I can explain it to you. I can explain it to you. It's horrible. It's the worst. Okay. Why do we do this? Why do we put people in prison for drug offenses? Very simple. It was all political. Completely 100% political. Fucking Nixon decided that the civil rights movement and the hippie movement needed to be demonized. So they couldn't make it illegal to be a hippie and they couldn't make it illegal to be black. But if you outlawed the drugs that were popular in those communities, you could scapegoat them and villainize them every night.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why they did it. How do we know this? Because Nixon's right-hand man confessed. And he didn't just confess. He was like, yeah, we did it. That's what we did. What are you going to do now, America? Backtrack? Fix your mistake? Admit that you were wrong? You tore families apart because we told you to. Are you going to admit that you were wrong? Of course not. Lie this big, we can get away with. You know, well, like that's the chilling truth. A lie that big you can get away with because everyone bought in. They bought in. And fucking Nancy Reagan tried to double down on it. Why? Well, we got to make poor people look bad. So we got to create DARE and tear those families apart. Mm-hmm. Ooh, the DARE program. I fucking hate that thing. I fucking hate that thing. Like, it's
I went through school during that time.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, the DARE program. Oh my God. Like, just the worst thing ever. Like, so when people are like, hey, how come you have this, like, this innate trust of fucking, like, the MTV social justice warrior shows? I'm like, because it's the same language. It's the same language as DARE.
Absolutely.
Yeah. But now the enemy is sexism. And I'm like, not that I disagree with fighting sexism and racism, but we're using the same language. Why? What are you up to? You know, because this is a type of communication I simply do not trust. Because every time it comes up, it's hiding something shady as fuck. And I mean, like, really, truly, monstrously shady. Like, hey, let's demonize black people. Hey, let's give the Klan more power. Hey, let's, fill in the blank again and again and again. You know, like, it's nuts. You know, like, hey, let's give more power to the Red Scare in order to get McCarthyism, to keep McCarthyism going. Hey, let's make comic books bad. No parent likes comic books. If we tell them it's bad for their kids, they'll vote the way we want. That was exactly what happened. That was exactly it. You know, the fucking, Wortham in the fucking comic book hearings of that period of time, the fucking birthplace of American censorship, the birthplace of modern censorship. You know, and it's horrific because, and those arguments keep coming up, and I'm like, but they're always wrong. They're always complete crap. You know, it's like, well, if kids see violence on television, no, shut up. No, that's not the way it works. If that was the way it works, we would have a violent crime epidemic. Oh, but there are more people in prison than ever. And I'm like, yeah, for nonviolent offenses.
Mm-hmm.
You know, there are more people in prison because we made more things a crime. Not
Hasn't,
because
like-
the things that were a crime were being committed more often.
Like the whole video games thing. Hasn't like since the inception of video games, like hasn't like violent crime actually like dropped in comparison to, you know?
Yes, it has. You know, now granted, that's a complete correlation.
It's not absolute. You know, it's not.
It's not like video games happened, therefore crime dropped. But the fact that crime dropped while video games were most popular means that they obviously don't inspire violence.
Yeah.
You know, otherwise it'd be happening all over the place.
Exactly.
You know, but you can't get people to see that because what people are told is true, but is in fact a lie, convinces them otherwise. And by that I always mean the news. News can kiss my ass. I do not trust the news at all. And they have all, and in this round of politics, I'm like, I don't trust any of you fuckers at all. I don't trust CNN. I don't trust Fox. I don't trust MSNBC. I don't trust the Young Turks. I don't trust anybody.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I trust no one. You know, and as a result, I'm like, you know what? I'm not watching the news. Well, then how do you keep informed about what's going on? And I'm like, if I'm just going to be misinformed anyway, I don't see the point of staying informed.
I understand what you're saying. I try the hard task of wading through and sifting, and I understand why you don't want to do that, because it's almost a full-time job practically.
It's a bottomless pit. It's a completely bottomless pit, which is why you're supposed to have people who specialize in it. Right. Because it's really, really, really time consuming, and it's really hard, and you can't do that for everything, and news is coming at you every second. You can't verify everything. You know,
the 24 hours news cycle, Jesus Christ.
Oh, it's the worst. That 24-hour news cycle. I hate it. I absolutely fucking hate it.
Because there always has to be news. So there's always something they have to be fucking talking about. So they have to fucking create bullshit, basically, you know? Bullshit for them to talk about. And that's why, I don't know, sorry. Happy place.
Yeah. And I'm like, the fact that the news was just wrong this entire year. It was just completely incorrect about the election, about Brexit, about everything. I'm like, how are you guys consistently wrong? You know, just consistently wrong. It is fucking flabbergasting. You know, it's like obvious by the law of averages, you should have gotten something about these things right. But they had fallen into the trap. They had fallen into the trap that the financial sector had fallen into about 8 years ago. So this is my favorite story of the economic collapse. The Queen of England goes to the bankers, the big bankers of Britain, and goes, what the fuck happened? Now, the Queen don't run shit. But having the Queen come to you and say, what the fuck have you done? How did this happen? That's still a big deal. That is symbolically still gigantic. Mm-hmm. So they all got together and they wrote a letter, and the letter's amazing. And because their response to the Queen of England.
Mm-hmm.
To the Queen of England. So you got to imagine what they would have fucking told the Prime Minister. Well, we failed to take into account systemic risk. What? We failed to take into account systemic risk? What? That's like saying, well, we only had a 1 in 4 chance of fucking everything collapsing all at once. And we failed to take into account that we only had a 1 in 4 chance. What? Like, how did you miscalculate those odds? And the answer is because they didn't calculate them at all.
Right.
They were like, we can't lose. Too big to fail. Ho, ho, ho. Oh, really? Yeah, I noticed the minute someone said too big to fail is when everything collapsed. I'm like, ho, ho, ho. Oh, yeah, they were like, it's too big to fail. And I'm like, is that true? I don't think that's true. I'm afraid that might not be true. How are we going to keep this up? Well, I guess the government has enough money to keep these industries up. Turns out, nope. Nobody does. Nobody does. That's the rub. You know, no one can bail some of these guys out. As one guy said, it's not too big to fail, it's too big to bail out.
Mm-hmm.
They can't be allowed to be that big because if they collapse, they take too much with them. And you're like, oh, that's why we need to fucking break these guys up. Oh, shit. You know, because, like, I don't know. Like, it's one of the... It's like the telecom industry, like the fucking, like, old... The best thing that ever happened to the old media industry was people playing video games instead. That is the best thing that happened to these fucking gigantic media monopolies. It's the best thing that happened. Because why? Because if people don't care, then they can't rip you apart. Because they're not enough of them are watching. Young people aren't watching. They don't give a shit. What do you give a shit about? Like, hey, new Overwatch skin. And thank God for that, in my opinion. You know, a lot of people my age would be like, oh, kids don't really care about, like, you know, local, you know, international events. And I'm like, you know what? I'm not convinced that they should anymore. I'm not convinced that they should, considering how things have gone. I think we need to care a little bit less.
Well, it's the whole millennial argument, right? Like the whole kids aren't buying cars, kids aren't doing these things, kids aren't doing that thing. It's like, yeah, no shit. You know, when you make everything incredibly difficult for them, of course they're going to check the fuck out, you know?
Yeah. Yup. Yeah. And I'm like, I'm sorry. Like, I don't know what to tell people, because whenever I hear a millennial, like, argue against a baby boomer, I'm like, I'm sorry, that kid's got a fucking point. You know, like, that kid's just got a flat out point, and I am closer to the baby boomer age than the fucking millennial age.
Yeah,
you know?
Absolutely.
But I'm just sitting there, I'm going like, yeah, you set them up to fail, and now they're pissed. What did you think was going to happen? It's like, well, how could this happen? We told them all they were special. And I'm like, you told them that they were all special inherently without allowing them to explore what made them special.
Right.
So they all sacrificed that in order to go to college, which they did in huge numbers, accrued massive debt. And now all of a sudden they're like, wait, I sacrificed all that, did all that bullshit, and now I don't get a job. Now I have no future. And I didn't spend that time learning to play the guitar.
Well, there's a lot of
fucked. This is completely fucked. You know, I can't. Yeah. The baby boomers told everybody that they were special, and then complained that everyone acted like they were a special.
They were
snowflake.
special, exactly.
Absolutely.
Exactly.
And I'm like, you know, which goes against what I was saying the entire time, which is like, look. No one's a special snowflake. You're a person. You're a person, and a person has strengths and weaknesses. And if you want a great example of a story that actually succeeds in the everyone is special narrative, and actually does succeed in telling this tale and explaining what that means, it's actually Kung Fu Panda 3. That dumb thing that you're really good at, that drives you, that you really enjoy, that's what makes you special. It's that thing. It's like, you know, what is Kung Fu Panda's Duck Dad all about? That man makes noodles and dumplings like no other. You know, they are sublime. You know, will that win a war if you use it right? You know? You know, what's this guy do? Well, he's really stupid, but he loves hugging. Will that win a fight? Sure, if you use it right. You know, and that's the big thing. It's like as long as people are allowed to explore it and it's used correctly, you know, it's the whole theme of that story. Well, it's one of the themes of the story. The other theme is about family, you know, because it's Kung Fu Panda, right? You know, you gotta have that, you know. Is DreamWorks gotta have some of that shit. But it's a really good movie. It's a really good story. You know, like there's like my favorite character in that is a side character who's like really dumb. He's got crooked teeth and he's gigantic and all he does is hug things. Mm-hmm. You know, whenever someone hugs, he comes out of nowhere and goes, "Let me get some of that," you know. And but of course, during the course of the movie, there's a bad guy. He attacks this village and fucking Poe is like, I have to teach these guys to fucking be an army. What do I do? And the thing he teaches the hugging guy, the guy who's obviously like the most useless dude, he's like hugging a tree and he goes, hug it harder. He fucking just breaks it in half.
Mm.
You know, and you're just like, okay, I get it. Like his hug is so powerful it breaks trees. You know, you know, it was really great. August Anderson is saying they need some pictures of Count Wysula, Mass Slasher, Uncle Varney, not Uncle Vernon, and Hobo Guy. Oh,
for the video game.
I guess someone's making a video game. Yeah, go for it. They're images of those dudes, like on the videos. Yeah, go for it. You can take them straight from that. You know, if you need me to create specific art for it, I don't have time. But if you just want to snag the images or have someone else who's got like artistic talent do it, yeah, go for it. Absolutely.
The whole millennial, I don't know. That thing, it's so weird. It's so weird to see. You know, me and you grew up during a time when the changes, the way parenting, like I don't know about you, but I was still going out, like being sent out and being like go away, don't come back until like,
oh,
you know.
yeah. I remember that shit. Get out of the goddamn house. Stop being inside all the time. Get the fuck out of here. You know, having your parents go like, you need to get outside. which you knew was code for get the fuck out of the goddamn house. I am gonna kill you. Mm-hmm. But you haven't technically done anything wrong. I'm just sick of your shit.
Yeah.
Get out.
It's like, is it dark yet? No. Get out of the house.
Yeah. I remember that's what parents said all the time. These kids, they stay in too often.
And I get why parents are more afraid now, I guess.
And that's really the key. They're afraid of two things. They're afraid of the dangers that are out there in the world, which is something that, okay, that makes a certain amount of sense, even though it's way overblown. But here's the weird one. This is the one where I'm like, I don't know how you get out of this trap. A lot of parents will move lockstep with other parents to avoid the judgment of those other parents.
Right. Absolutely.
How dare you not push your child as far as possible? How dare you not do this? How dare you not do that? How dare you? Dare you. And the funny thing is the most well-balanced children I meet are children who grow up completely outside of those systems. Like, right. they have parents that are just like, yeah, whatever. Like, shut up. You know, like, my kid does not need to be pushed to achieve everything only to collapse at 24.
Right.
No. They need to know what makes them special. They need to know what they can do that others aren't so good at. You know, and they need to follow that. They need to know what that is, and they need to do it. And that's their deal. That's their deal now. You know, like, that's what they're going to do. You know, and they're allowed to try things that they suck at.
Allow kids to be freaking kids.
Oh my god, yeah.
Oh my god.
Whoa. Like, it's so weird. Like, it's so weird. Like, I there's some parents among my friend group, and there are definitely some times where I'm like, do your kids have any friends? Because usually a group of kids has that one friend that's really fucking annoying that all the adults hate. Do we have that? Do we have the critical mass of children hanging out with each other to generate the kid everyone doesn't like? Do we even have that?
Well, I mean, part of the deal is that a lot of the kids are hanging out a lot online, and that annoying kid that you're talking about, he exists online, but the parents never have to interact with that kid anymore.
That makes sense.
So there's I don't know, there's kind of that weirdness. Like when I was younger, like obviously we didn't have the internet as well as we do now, and you know, my parents weren't the greatest parents ever. But they actually, I was kind of the kid that kind of got screwed out of socializing because my mom and dad didn't ever want anybody over at my house.
Oh,
like, ever.
got it.
And I really hated that because there were so many of my other friends who who would invite me over to their place, their parents would be like, well, can we have something like, copacetic, going on where we can have our kids come over to there. And, after a while I'd get screwed because my parents just literally didn't want anybody over at our house. And I hated that because it fucked me over relationship wise, like kids, that kind of, that kind of socially, it really screwed me up. It wasn't until like hilariously, when I was like 16, that started changing because my mom basically, my mom and dad had like this huge blow up, and she kicked him out of the house because he cheated on her, which that was a fucking disastrous year.
Oh jeez.
And then she was just like invited all of my sister's friends basically to the house all the time. It was like this weird like vibe where we had all these people that like were hanging around the house all the time. It was the first time I was able to socialize with people like on a regular basis. It was weird. That's why I'm a kind of a messed up person. Sorry, I just went on a tangent over there.
Oh no, that's okay. That's okay. It was one of the things that was really weird is that there was this consistent accusation that was leveled at me as a child, and it's leveled today. But it's one of those things where like people that know me are like, that actually know me are like, what? And I don't, it's very strange. Okay, so here's the accusation. God, this feels so weird to say because I do know where it comes from. It's just very... Okay, so the accusation was that kid is arrogant. And they would say I did certain things arrogantly, and it was very bizarre. Like, I sharpened pencils arrogantly. That was an accusation that was leveled at me in school. Yeah. No joke. I sharpened pencils arrogantly. And I'm like, what? Like, what? How? Like, how is that something that's fucking judgment worthy? And this is, by the way, this is the adults.
Right.
It's the adults. This is not even the children. It's one of those things where, why didn't I get along with the children? Because their parents didn't like me. And they would always had these spurious reasons. And the thing that always fucking chafes my hide is that, was it racism? Almost definitely. The problem is they coded it anything that they could use to pick apart, pick me apart, they would use. And then they would get the teachers in on it. So, like, you got an entire system against you.
Mm-hmm.
It was bizarre. And I still remember running into the one teacher in that school who stood up for me, Mrs. Cadiz. She's Filipino. I ran into her later, and she was like, "Oh my God, you're still here." And by here, she meant in town.
Mm-hmm.
She's like, "What are you doing still living here?" And I'm like, I can't get out. I can't leave.
Mm-hmm.
I'm stuck here. And she's like, "Have you thought about running away?" And
wow.
Yeah. And I was like, now I wasn't in school anymore. Like, I was technically an adult. But so her saying, like, no, just get on a bus and run as far as you can, was not was not like a criminal act or anything.
Right.
It wasn't horrifically negligent. But the fact that she would say that at all was one of those, like, why are you saying that? And she's like, you can't have not noticed. And I'm like, what do you mean? She's like, did you feel like that school was out to get you? Like, the teachers and the parents were in on some weird conspiracy to get rid of you? And I was like, I did, but I thought I was crazy. She's like, you weren't crazy. You weren't crazy. That happened. And I'm like, why? And she's like, I don't know. But the number of times I was pulled in when I defended you for a parent-teacher conference with someone who wasn't you or your family was not small. It happened all the time. It was the message was very clear. Don't help this one. You're not allowed to help this one. And I'm like, are you fucking with me? And she's like, no, I'm not. Run. You can't be here. They don't want you here. You've got to get out. I was like, oh, Jesus. And within 2 years, I actually was. I actually had left. But it was weird. Like, that is so strange. Like, and I never understood why. I never truly understood why. And it really does come down to, like, no, you put people in a particular situation, they need a scapegoat. And once they've picked one, they don't let go. They don't let go. They double down. And they always do. And I was seeing that in the social justice circles. I was seeing that same behavior happen. Oh, this guy's bad. Why? Well, he defended this person. Well, how did he defend him and for what? Well, it doesn't matter. That means he's against. Yeah, that means he's pro Gamergate. And I'm like, whoa. What's the accusation here? Oh, it doesn't matter. He's just pro Gamergate. All right. First of all, being pro Gamergate is not the same as being inherently evil. Okay. Second of all, we don't even know if that is true.
Right.
We don't even know if it goes that far. Second of all, we don't know that the person he is defending even goes that far. So we're drawing out this spurious, completely specious fucking connection between these two people and a movement that just happened to exist at the same time because they said something you didn't like, and that's it. That's it. Like, that's what happened to Guru Larry. Like, that happened to Guru Larry, and that was weird because we were all like, well, I could see how Guru Larry would be sympathetic to Gamergate, but I don't see why he'd give a fucking shit. Like, I could see him going like, well, Gamergate, I don't know. And just kind of not giving a shit about it, which is...
That's a pretty good impression, man.
Yeah. I actually really like Guru Larry.
I like him too. I do.
Yeah. But, like, when people were like, oh, he's a Gamergater, I was like, oh, did he say that? And they were like, no. But you can just tell, and I'm like, no, you can't. He has to actually say it.
Yeah,
that's not. This is not like it's not a secret society.
No shit.
You You become a
those people
gamergator
are
when you
pretty clear.
announce your affiliation and allegiance to that group and cause. That's exactly when that happens, because it's all happening in the public eye. You know, if you there's no one's a secret gamergator. It doesn't happen.
No.
You know, like no one does that. You know, that's not the way this works.
You know, just because, just like, hey, you go back, hey, somebody's a friend, and that friend may or may not be a communist. You know, that kind of shit. You know,
It was totally that kind of thing. And that just I was flabbergasted. I was totally fucking flabbergasted. Oh man, I couldn't believe it, and I was just like, no, we can't be turning on each other over nothing, you know. But it's always nothing. It's always nothing, and that made me so angry. You know, it shouldn't be over nothing, but it always is. I don't know why. I have absolutely no idea. It's so weird, you know. But yeah. So I saw that whole Gamergate situation is very similar. I was like, whoa, we're getting mad at people over connections that they might possibly have, not even connections that they are likely to have. Just like my favorite one. This was my favorite one. This was absolutely my favorite. James Rolfe is sexist because he hung out with Alpha Omega Sin, and Alpha Omega Sin is critical of Anita Sarkeesian. Therefore, James Rolfe is sexist. And I'm like, whoa, pull back. That is the most specious fucking bullshit I have ever goddamn heard. And I've heard some bad ones. It's like, because this guy is critical of a person and might be sexist themselves, then this person definitely is. What? That doesn't make any sense. That doesn't wash.
I thought James Rolfe was sexist because he didn't go see the Ghostbusters movie.
Well, they needed extra evidence that he was sexist because he didn't want to see the Ghostbusters movie. Right. And so they chose the fact that he hung out with Alpha Omega Sin, completely ignoring the fact that the reason that they hung out was because they both live in Philadelphia and they're both fucking metalheads. But I'm sure if they had realized the metalhead connection, they would have just gone like, well, heavy metal music is sexist, so like that. Right. They would have just done that. You know, it's like it was total like after the fact justification, and that's what made me so angry, because I was like, no, you're not allowed to do that. You're not allowed to do that to someone, even if they're essentially immune to this criticism, because nothing you can do is going to affect them. You know, nothing that someone like fucking Dan was going to say was going to affect the angry video game nerd. It just wasn't. But I was angry that he would attempt to use those tactics, because it meant that he was untrustworthy. It meant that Dan was untrustworthy. You know, that he couldn't be trusted in a real argument, because he's making these specious claims, because he's saying that, because he's using the language and the justification of censorship and bigotry. Because trust me, bigots make those same fucking types of associations. It's fucking crazy. It's exactly what that is. And I'm like, you can't just, it's because what's the thing that people say liberals in college are bigoted against? Other opinions. You know, you may not be bigoted against black people, you may not be bigoted against women, but you're bigoted against people with an opposing opinion. And it's like, well, it's not that the right isn't that way.
Right.
You know, they are. That's a universal trait. People don't like opposing opinions. The problem was that the left can't even pretend to get along with it. Right. You know, the right can at least hide their prejudice and bigotry.
Well, most of the time.
Yeah, most of the time, yeah. Most of the time. It comes out in obvious ways, you know. You know, but I mean, hey, what's the
They-
classic conservative line? Well,
They put
can't
on
you
a-
just pretend?
They put on a nice thin veneer.
Yeah. They can at least do that. They can at least put the spackle of fucking bullshit on it.
Right.
You know, whereas like the left was unwilling to go like, yeah, we have a hard time with your opinions. We have a really hard time with it. Why? Because we don't like people who are small-minded and bigoted, and everything that you say is that. We couldn't even have that conversation. Couldn't even have that fucking conversation. That was the moment where I was like, we're fucking doomed. We're doomed. It's over. It's over. If we can't even admit in a rational way that we don't like certain people's opinions and combat it directly, no, we're done. Oh, no. Like, I can't think of a really good argument against this person's argument against my argument, so I'm going to attack their character. I'm going to attack their, social standing. I'm going to attack their status. I'm going to try to destroy them in the public eye. Why? Because I can't win otherwise. Because my argument against them makes no sense. And the thing that pissed me off is they would do that even when the argument against their argument did make sense. It's like, why stoop to that level? You don't have to. Yeah, he's a bigot. This guy's a bit, obviously I'm not talking about James Rolfe at this point, but it's just some random other guy.
Yeah.
Just be like, oh, well, you're a bigot because blah, 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 blah. No, he's a bigot because he called a black guy a nigger.
Right.
Like, we don't need to go any farther. We could just hate him for that. It's so simple.
It's true.
Yeah, we could just not like him for that. We could even throw him shade for that. But like, my favorite fucking code right now, and I say favorite because people can code things. Both sides can code things, which is why I'm like, no, don't make people have to. Because if people have to code things, then no one is really sure what anyone's talking about. But if you allow people to just speak plainly, well, now you can make a judgment. And it's this. N-word. I hate the phrase N-word because N-word now just means nigger.
Right.
I'm like, you do realize that's why they say it all the time, right? That it in of itself is becoming the slur. Surely you noticed. Who says N-word the most? Who says that phrase, N-word the most? It's Fox.
Right.
Duh. The racists know what that means. But we on the left convinced ourselves that it was polite and it was good, but it isn't. They're still saying nigger. They've just coded it. It's just encryption. But they're still saying it. It still means the same thing to those people. But now they have a new thing to argue against when they use that word. Us. The left. They can demonize black people and the left simultaneously. That's why they say it all the time.
He's
Two for the
sleeping,
price
Super
of one,
Enemy.
man. What was that?
Sorry, they asked where Guru is, and I think he's sleep. I think he told me he was sleeping
Horror
too.
Guru's been asleep since right after we started. He was like, "Yep, I'm just."
All right. Anyways, continue on your rant.
Oh yeah, well yeah, the rant was essentially that, which is like, why do they say it all the time? So they can demonize both black people and liberals at the same time. Congratulations.
Right.
That's what that means now. Let's demonize both black people and liberals at the same time. That's why they do it. It's absolutely why they do it. It's pure word warfare. You know, because he who control, you know, the people who control the language control the thought, control the thinking, or so the theory goes. You know, but the real trick, and this is what's so wrong with PC, this is the real trick. The real trick is to make the change in language and then have everyone else make the association for you. Mm-hmm. That's the true trick. That's the true trick of propaganda. You know, that's the real sorcery. That's the real black magic. You know, getting you to complete it. You know, Trump does that all the fucking time. It's constant. Examine anything that he says and look for and pay attention to the images that come to your mind when you read his words or listen to him. They create a very clear narrative. A very clear narrative based on hate and the superiority of the conservative mindset and the belittlement of all else. It's some dark fucking magic, you know? It's really dark. He understands how to negotiate with people. Hell, he just negotiated with an entire country. Mm-hmm. You know, and the problem is like all great lies, they were half truths. And the problem was we were in such a bad position, we couldn't defend ourselves against the half that was a lie because we tried to fight it with reason.
Right.
We tried to fight it with reason as opposed to wisdom. Wisdom would have won the day. It totally would have won the day. You know, completely, totally would have won. It always does. It always does. True wisdom always wins. Reason doesn't. You know, reason doesn't. It's like those. It's like finding all those articles that were written in the 1930s that were basically like, well, here are the factual reasons why the Jews aren't responsible for anything. No one's convinced. No one's ever convinced by that talk, ever, even when it's true.
Yeah,
no one's convinced.
Part of that has to do with the way that they present that, where it's like, I'm an adult. Basically, I'm an adult. I'm telling you what's right, you know. Mm-hmm. So you got to listen to me, you know, that kind of shit. And I as much as
well, let me put it this way.
It never works. It never works.
What corrects all of that more? This is going to be a really stupid example. Because it's not an example that's going to come from the time in which I'm speaking. It comes 50 years later. What do you think does more to repair the collective soul of the Jewish people? An article talking about the reasons they're not really criminals, or the Bear Jew? Yeah, Bear Jew go a long way. Like, the minute that happened, I was like, oh shit, you just made being Jewish badass. Oh man, Tarantino, that is amazing. That is amazing. The minute like fucking Eli Roth comes out of that tunnel, you're like, yeah, fucking kill that Nazi. You're so ready to see him just fucking beat the living shit out of that guy in a bloody geyser. You know, you're so fucking pumped. And you're just like, man, that was beauty. That was some beauty right there. And then he took that idea and applied it again when he did Django Unchained and essentially made the entire movie out of that. Made the entire movie out of that stuff. And I'm like, man, that, even going so far as to link in a black man with German mythology, you know, in an effort to say, no, we are one, we are a union. You know, your dreams and your aspirations, the American dream, the the black dream is the American dream, you know, like that kind of shit. You know, but in a violent, bloody, orgiastic way, because that's the way the Tarantino do. You know, I loved the symbology of that whole, like, I'm going to ask you to shake my hand. And the fucking German guy, he can't do it. He can't do it. He's like, he can let him win, but he's like, I am not giving you any goddamn respect. I'd rather fucking die. You know, but not before I kill you. You know, that whole gunfight starts. And I'm like, holy shit. Holy shit. The fucking white immigrant just sacrificed himself for the sake of the black man. That is a statement. That's beautiful. You know, that's a beautiful tying in of you know, the two halves of, you know, the two parts of America on display in this movie. You know, Whitey, you know, one Whitey proves, in fact, he is better than the slave master. He's willing to put it all on the line, you know, for the dignity of one man and his woman. You know, I'm like, beautiful. And then, of course, like, fucking Django comes back and fucking cleans house. So great. So great. And I'm like, no, that's the healing of the soul right there. You know, it's beautiful and ugly and awful. You know, because we're dealing with because the wound is bad, right? The wound is bad. You know, it gets infected. You got to clear it out. How do you clear it out? Well, it's going to be nasty looking. You know, it's okay. It's okay. It'll be fine. You'll be good. You know, but man, that's always the stuff people don't want. That's always the stuff people don't want. That's the stuff that they complain about. You know, like, hey, you know, do we really need something with all this violence? Yes, actually, we do. Because you gotta have, I'm sorry, that you gotta give people something. You gotta give them something. And what better gift than meaning? What better gift than a mythological place in the dream space of America? Like, holy fucking shit. That's tremendous. That thing almost got an Oscar.
Well, the funny thing about, like, the idea of denying people violence, like either via movies or video games, it's so dumb. It doesn't work, because when you start denying people that shit, all they do is, you know, it either comes out in real life, which is a terrible fucking thing to happen, or worse, you know, that shit just becomes underground or whatever, you know, and that has its own set of problems, you know.
Yeah. Well, I got mad at a lot of critics of Django, but like, oh, do we really need to be using the N-word? I'm like, oh, shut the fuck up, you racist son of a bitch. You know, because to me, I'm like, I'm looking at that movie and I am seeing everything that is happening. And I am like, oh my God, Tarantino is a fucking wizard, man. He is a fucking wizard. Like, he is trying, like I said, what is he trying to do? He is trying to carve out a space for the black hero within the dreamscape of America. You know, and how do you do that? You create a hero. You know, you create a hero and you give him a place. And they're like, and how do I know that's what he's doing? Because of everything he references. He tells you at every stage, without actually stating it, this is what this is all about. You know, he mentions Siegfried. He mentions the Three Musketeers. An indelible part of American culture. And what does he say? Which is true, by the way. Absolutely fucking true. And I'm so fucking glad somebody finally said it. Author of the Three Musketeers, Alexander Dumas, black guy. He was black. He was black as shit. You know, like the son of a Haitian woman and a French diplomat. That is way black enough. That is beyond black enough. Like, look at a picture of that guy. Like, he looks like fucking Frederick Douglass. You know, like,
Right.
what the fuck? Like, you look at Alexander Dumas, and you're like, oh shit, that guy needs to be played by like fucking Morgan Freeman. You know, holy crap! Like, fuck it, I'll fucking show you a picture of Alexander Dumas. Yeah. Okay, well that's a that's a painting of a photo. Let's go for photo. Do. There we go. Yeah, it's a decent one. Yeah, look at that. That's the author of the Three Musketeers.
All right, give me a second. Yeah.
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 Like, I remember like looking up Alexander Dumas because my friend, a friend of mine, Turner, was really into like all of his work, and I'm browsing around Wikipedia, and I'm like, wait a minute, that's him. Wait, that guy looks black, like really black. Like, okay. The Wikipedia just fucked up. Am I being trolled? And I look it up, and granted, this is like 10 years ago, like the early days of fucking Wikipedia and shit. So I'm looking it up, and I'm going into it, and I'm like, no, that's him. That's real. Oh my God. Why does nobody talk about that? Why does nobody bring that up? You know, why does nobody bring up the indelible mark that a black author has left upon America, and Western literature as a whole? You know, that's amazing. That's a tremendous contribution. You know, it should be recognized, and we recognize the contribution, but we don't recognize the source. Why? And why has no one mentioned this? You know, I'll never get my answer, but at least Tarantino fucking mentioned it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, no, he wouldn't. Alexander Dumas wouldn't have agreed with you, Calvin. Alexander Dumas was black. And I'm sitting there and I'm like, oh, Tarantino, thank you. Fucking thank you. Somebody. It was kind of like, it's like kind of like that Ice Cube diss track. Oh, I'm glad you said it. I was so glad somebody had said it, you know? Because there's definitely a point when you're looking at something and you're like, am I the one who's going crazy? Am I insane? You know? And having someone go like, no, that's the truth. That's the way it was. That's what he is. And go like, shit, black man wrote Three Musketeers and the Man in the Iron Mask.
Mm-hmm.
Damn. Well, we ought to be talking about that. We ought to be bringing that up during Black History Month. Why don't we do that?
And the Count of Monte Cristo, right?
And the Count of Monte Cristo, yeah. I'm pretty sure Count of Monte Cristo is Alexander Dumas. Let me double check. Count of Monte Cristo. Yep, Count of Monte Cristo, Alexander Dumas. I sometimes get the Count of Monte Cristo confused with another story. Fuck. That I now can't remember the goddamn name of. You know, I actually really like the Count of Monte Cristo. Like, it's like, wait, he gets his revenge? That's awesome.
It's silly.
Yeah.
The silly part about the silly part is that when I think of Counting Monte Cristo, I'm thinking of a sandwich half of the time.
The Monte Cristo sandwich?
Yes.
I can only eat half of one of those.
Oh, they're so good, but yes, you're right. They're kind of like heavy. They're super heavy.
Yeah. You get to a certain point and you're like, this is too much oil. Yeah, like I'm starting to feel it. You know? Oh man.
What? Cask of Amontillado? No.
Cask of Amontillado is Edgar Allan Poe.
That's Poe, guys.
Yeah, it's Montresor, right?
Montresor, I think you're right.
He is an ignoramus, you know. Oh man, but the thing I like about Cask of Monticello, bleh. Cask of Amontillado is that it's a classic. What is it? It's just a dark little story about getting revenge on someone. That's it. There's no greater
Yeah.
point. That's it. That's the entire point.
It's so beautiful too.
Yeah. It's just like a beautiful story about beautiful tales of awful things. Much like like a like a Tom Waits song. Beautiful songs about terrible things. And I like beautiful stories and songs about terrible things. There's something really really nice about it. Oh man.
Amontilledo's a type of wine, right?
It's it's a liquor.
Mm.
Yeah, you can buy it. You can go to the liquor store and get a bottle of Amontillado.
Really? Cool.
Yeah, totally.
Maybe I should do that for Halloween next year.
Yeah. It's I wouldn't say it was my favorite liquor, but like it is certainly an iconic literature reference. I think my favorite liquor is just straight spirits is probably still chartreuse. Chartreuse. It is a bright green pine flavored liqueur.
Pine flavored?
Pine flavored. I love
And
it.
Really?
Yes, it's the same color as my hair currently is.
Yeah.
It's brilliant green, and I will always associate it with New Orleans, even though it technically comes from the Alpine region of France. But then again, New Orleans does have the French Quarter, so there's that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. It's all because of this girl I knew named Tara, who was the only white mambo I ever kind of went, you know what? I believe you. I believe you, because that girl was nuts. That girl was nuts, and she wasn't just white; she was an albino.
Right.
And she'd be like, she loved snakes.
Uh-huh.
She loved white snakes. She had those pink albino eyes. She'd look at you. It was like, if you're a mambo, who do you work with? And she'd just go, Damballa the White Serpent. And I was just like, you know what? I buy it. I buy it. Like everything about everything that you do, what you look like, how you act, bam, it all falls into place. I believe you. I believe that this is not bullshit. Or if it is bullshit, it is no more bullshit than any other religious thing. So yeah. And we bonded because I was the one other person that knew what chartreuse was. And she was like, you know what chartreuse is? And I'm like, I do. She's like, where have you had it? And I'm like, I had it in New Orleans. She's like, why? I was like, because I read in a book once that there was a bar on Decatur Street that if you went to it, there was a liqueur called chartreuse that tasted like pine needles. It was bright green. And so when I went to New Orleans, I had to find that bar. Turns out that bar is no longer there. But there was a bar in that location that did have it. And that's why. And she is like, was a book called Lost Souls? I'm like, it was. It was called Lost Souls. And she's like, Poppy Z. Bright? I'm like, absolutely, Poppy Z. Bright. That was it. And she's like, I like you. I'm like, well, thank you. Thank you. And she starts talking about like the mystical significance that the liqueur holds for her. How it's this beautiful, precious thing, and it's magical, and it looks magical, and all that jazz. And of course, like I'm super getting into it because I can put my head in that space, right? You know, you could be like, yeah, it is, isn't it? It's special. There's something special about it. You know, and so I've always associated that drink with voodoo and sorcery, you know, and things like that. I wonder what that girl is up to. I haven't seen her in years. I haven't seen her in years. But like, you know, some of the, like the crazy conversations me and Yogi have had, like me and Tara
Yeah.
used to have those.
Right.
And I always felt really bad for whatever guy she was dating at the time. Because like the thing was this is that I thought Tara was nice, was attractive, but I wasn't super attracted to her on a physical level.
Yeah.
It was one of those, if she was like, hey, do you want to fuck? I'd be like, yeah, let's give this a whirl. You know, but the answer, but it wouldn't have been, you want to fuck? You goddamn right. I want to do that. I want to do that now. And when I wake up, I want to still be doing it. Like, it wasn't like that.
Right.
It wasn't like, I've got to get in between those legs. You know, it wasn't like that at all. But if she had offered, I would have accepted.
I understand that there are people that, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, but she didn't offer. I think she was not that interested in the physicality of the Jack. But she apparently was very fond of his metaphysics. And I always felt bad for like whatever boyfriend she had at the time, because no matter what the guy would say, it was clear that me and Tara were talking on this completely different level. And I always felt weird about that, because it was like, do you not? And they were all like teenage sorcerer guys too. So I was always assuming that they could roll with the conversation, that they could roll with it, you know, that they could get into the mindset. But no, they're always too busy jealous of the fact that I was talking to their girlfriend about this shit. You know, a lot of them were they're perfectly nice guys. You know, some of them were douche nozzles, but like, you know, whatever. Oh, man. You know what? I am going to go get a cigarette.
Okay.
So, do you want to? You're looking a little tired. Do you want to? Do you need to go to bed?
I don't work tomorrow. I might need something to. I might grab like a little bit of caffeine actually.
Okay. Okay. So we'll break we'll take a break. I'll be back, and we'll continue this for a little bit longer. I probably won't go like. Probably can't go till dawn, because I do need to I do need to put together a fucking video.
Right.
So I'm gonna need some actual rest. But you know, by and large, we'll do this for a little bit longer. Do do do.
Do 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 do.
All right. Be back in a few minutes.
Perfect. Okay. Am I still on? Can people like in the chat hear me? Hmm. Drinking some tea. I don't like coffee, and tea's my caffeine of choice generally. The worst game I ever played, like video game. Uh, I don't like coffee. It's just terrible. I can't stand the flavor of coffee. Um, I don't know. It's hard to say. I generally don't play games that I don't like very long because if I get a few minutes into a game that I don't like, I stop playing it usually. Um, I know the worst movie I ever saw. Worst movie I ever saw in the theater, and that was something called Freedomland. It had Samuel L. Jackson and Julianne Moore, and it was like god awful. Called Freedomland, one word. Uh, it had again Samuel L. Jackson and Julianne Moore, and it was about basically this woman um, uh, comes to the police office to tell the police that her child was abducted, and throughout the movie you basically find out that she lied about that, and the movie was like really poorly acted, like really awfully, like terribly. It was like written awfully too. It was like the plot was just god awful. Yes, it wasn't. It looked like it appears so.
And we're back. Ah, boy. Man. Oh. Yeah. 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 I had a
Clearing.
fucking. Yeah, I got a frog in my throat for some reason. You know,
Mm.
it's really odd. Well, like I think like yeah. That was an inhaler. I developed asthma late in life.
Mm.
Which wish it had. It turns out I thought that I didn't realize that was something that could happen. Apparently, it is. It was one of those like I've always been a, I've been a smoker for a while, so I thought it was like, oh shit, like that's what this is, and they're like, no, actually it's not. It's asthma, and I'm like, oh, well, are the two connected? And they're like, yeah, a little bit, but not like it ain't helping. It ain't helping, but it's developing now as opposed to when you were a child. I'm like, oh, fucking tastic. Fucking amazing. That is the best.
No Baron Samedi, all of the homo. All of the homo.
Oh, all the homo. What are you talking about? Yeah. Hell yeah. Oh god, yeah. God, I had my big homo moment talking to Yogi about this guy Milan that I was tracking down, and my first boyfriend, and that boy's rear, holy crap. Just whoa. That was snackable, let me tell you. There's no other way to describe it. It's odd, like when you're bisexual, it's different aesthetics.
Mm-hmm.
It's different aesthetics. It really is.
It's funny. I don't think me and you have ever really talked about like guys, like directly. Me and you, I don't think.
Not extensively, which is a little which I think is a little odd. I think it's because like when we first physically met, you were dating Sin.
Right.
So it felt really weird to be talking to the boyfriend of someone else that I knew who was dating them about this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Plus I generally read I read reasonably heterosexual. Like most people do.
Yeah.
It's a safe assumption. I talk about tits all the time. It's
Right.
not it's not like, oh, how dare you assume. It's like, dude, I talk about tits all the time. What were you supposed to think? Like I don't blame people for that, plus I do have a clear preference for women. It's just not the only thing, just because a man loves steak doesn't mean chicken's a bad idea, plus I'm a real masculine guy. It was really odd. I wasn't always, but sometime around my mid-20s, I was like, you know what? I've actually always been a little afraid to behave in what I consider to be a masculine way. I wonder what would happen if I started doing that. Because before that it was very like, very androgynous. I engaged in a lot of pussy language and ways of being, but the thing is it wasn't making me very happy. It was making me very unhappy. Because it's like, oh, I have to be considerate of everybody, and then all of a sudden you're looking at your feet and you're not talking to people and you're fucking miserable. Or at least I was. And so I think about like 24. It's like it might even been a little earlier, but like definitely it was in my 20s. I was just like, you know what? What if I just start acting like a guy? Let's see, how's that gonna wear? And it turns out very well. Like it worked very well. Like, and it's not like the homosexual options dwindled. On the contrary, they actually increased. Yeah. Because it turns out guys that fuck guys like guys.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, this is how this works. Oh, this is interesting. Go on.
The Dister Man said, but what is a guy? And I'm like, he doesn't mean like guys as in all guys. He means guys as in the the idea of a guy.
Yeah, the idea of the idea of masculinity and actually like taking on a bit of those traits purposefully, like one, being a little more arrogant, being a little more forceful, forthright, a little bit more of the like, no, fuck you, it's because I want to. You get it, you got me. I don't have to explain myself. A little bit more of the lone wolf, Wolverine kind of bullshit, a little bit more of that. It turns out worked pretty well, it's like
there's absolutely a definite section of the gay male population that's all about that stuff. Absolutely,
Yep.
100%. And probably the bisexual male population too, I'm sure.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
What do you? I guess I never really asked you. What do you? In the guys that you find attractive, what do you find attractive?
When they're really pretty. They're like stupid pretty. When they're like, when I find like a guy that looks like, when I find a guy that looks kind of like a chick, to be totally honest,
like a Bishonen type thing.
Oh yeah. Like, or at least like the how like in those comics there's always the really young one and then there's the slightly older one who is but they're still like really girly looking.
Yeah,
kind of like that. Like let me see if I could find like this. Let's see if I still have this on my desktop. I might. Yeah. like the gender flipped like Jessica Rabbit here, like male Jessica Rabbit. I'm like, yeah, super pretty. That's a good one. Let's see what else we got. I know I got another one here. This is not quite as good a painting, but it is also it's a yeah. That guy, skinny, 6-pack abs, looks a little bit like an elf,
Oh, you're into Nagas.
Well, it's not Nagas specifically. I
know. I just teased you, but yeah.
Yeah.
I know some guys who are actually into Nagas, so don't even get
Got it. I'm sure that's a whole thing.
Oh my god, it totally is.
Yeah. So it's basically that type, and unfortunately there just ain't a lot of those there weren't a lot of those in the critic circle. There just weren't.
Right. Basically, I'm not sure whether I've told you this or not. I like the awkward, like geeky guys. I like specifically I kind of do like them more skinny, but that's not necessarily like a deal breaker or anything like that. But like tall, awkward, tall dork and handsome. Tall, that's a great like, line there.
Oh, there you go. Yeah. Yeah, no. I can get it. Oh yeah, someone's mentioning like JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Yes.
Is that a character?
Oh my god, have you ever seen any of the fucking... You've never seen JoJo's Bizarre Adventure?
No, sorry.
Oh my god! You dated Sin, the anime guy, and he didn't introduce you to JoJo's Bizarre Adventure?
No.
Oh my god, that is... Whoa.
It's a sin.
It is a sin, ironically, Like, I can't believe he would do that. Okay, let me see if I can find a really good... Like, all right, so here's a picture of a character from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. It's not a picture from the show. It's just a picture of the character that kind of gives you an idea of what this anime is like. It's a fighting anime, by the way.
Okay.
It's guys with pouty lips and crazy hair and like fucking crazy colorful outfits that fight each other. It's like they're the most macho fucking... I don't know how to... Oh god. Okay, I'll say it like this. it's an anime all about overly macho faggots.
Okay.
I don't know how else to put it, but you're like, nothing about this is heterosexual at all. Nothing.
Right.
JoJo's Bizarre Adventure is gay to the max, but it's also so macho. You're like, this is fascinating. It's so fascinating. It's so manly. It's completely gay. It's kind of beautiful. In that regard. Got a little something for everybody.
Well, I should probably check it out at some point then.
I recommend that you do. Like, I think you're gonna be like, oh, a lot of pretty people in here. Wow, this show is violent. If you're okay with violence, I recommend it.
I'm pretty up for a lot of things, entertainment wise.
Oh man, yeah.
Zachary Quinto. Yes, chat. Zachary Quinto is a good choice. I wouldn't say that's like my absolute favorite, but yes, I could do Zachary Quinto. I'd be okay with that.
Zachary Quinto? I think I'm missing the reference.
Zachary Quinto is was Sylar.
Right. The actor. He plays the Spock.
Right.
Yeah, he's a good-looking
Spock.
dude. Yeah.
It's not my like my favorite guy right now. Like my celebrity crush, I guess, right now would be Arthur Darvill, but I'm not sure whether you know who that is.
I do not. Arthur Darvo?
Arthur Darvill is he played Rory on Doctor Who.
Oh,
and he just played Rip Hunter on DC Heroes of Tomorrow or whatever.
Oh man. Okay. No, I'm looking at him and I'm like, oh, he's one of those guys. He's one of those guys who's his face morphs with his hair.
Which one?
Arthur Darvill.
Arthur, yeah, definitely, that's true. I'd say that's true. Where like, depending on what his hair looks like, he looks.
Yeah, so if he's got super sexy hair, he looks super sexy. But if he's got really like fucking dorky like fucking hair, he looks like a complete putz. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like that's very handy when you're an actor, actually. It allows you to disappear into the role. It's bad for being a leading man, but it's really good for being a character actor.
Yeah. He seems to get a lot of that kind of stuff actually, where he's like the background guy, Yeah.
He's like the major supporting role. It's not a bad place to be. That's a very good place to be. Because if that it allows you to get work. You get that work. Oh man. Wait, why am I on Facebook? Oh, son of a bitch.
I don't know. Why are you on Facebook?
I don't know why I'm on Facebook.
Get off it then.
Uh-oh, she spoke. That's trouble.
Yeah, I'm getting off Facebook. I'm getting off. Oh man.
How let's see. Braining. I cannot brain. I have the dumb. So when did you first realize you were bisexual?
See, how old was I? 17.
17.
17. That was the moment when I just kind of was like, okay, there's a word for this. All right, this is obviously what it is. The first time I ever wanted to kiss a guy, I wanted to be physical with a guy, was when I was like 12.
Right.
And it was really weird because it was a guy I wasn't attracted to. I just had this overwhelming desire to just make out with him all of a sudden. That seemed to come out of fucking nowhere. And I'm like, wait, why do I want to make out with this guy all of a sudden? That doesn't make any sense. You know, he's a guy, and he's not that pretty.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and it was just something happened, and I don't know what it was. And then when I was 17 and was meeting people online, you know, I was talking to this one guy, and I just had the overwhelming urge to have sex with him. And I'm like, well, why don't we see if we can make that happen? And then it did. And that was it. I don't know how to explain it other than I really, really wanted to put my cock in him. and you know, I don't know how else to explain it. Like, that was just it. It was just like, all right, that means I'm bisexual and I'm just fucking a guy now. Okay, that's just what it'll be. You know, there wasn't a lot of, I wasn't fantastically worried about it. You know, so yeah, that's pretty much it. There's not much to that story, actually. Like me discovering that. When did I discover it? When I realized I wanted to put my cock in a guy. You know, like that, and that was it. There was nothing more to it than that. That was it. You know.
It was a little more complicated. Oh, when I like right at the beginning of junior high, I'd say, I was going through puberty, and I was like, there was a certain point where I'm like, I'm fantasizing, and there's always a woman there because I had been told forever and ever there's got to be a woman there because, you know, that's the normal thing.
Yeah.
But then there'd be a woman, and then there'd be a guy there too, and your brain finally realizes the woman is here for no reason at all. There's no reason for this woman to be here. She doesn't need to be here. And you're like, oh,
yeah. Yeah.
And the worst part about that realization was, at that point, I'm like, okay, I can deal with this. But then my family starts getting the hint, right? My mom and my dad.
Oh, yeah.
And at that point, my stepdad is the son of a Baptist minister.
Mm.
And what ended up happening there is that they're like, they got the hint, and they're like, are you gay? And I'm like, maybe. Well, if you're gay, you're going to hell. I'm like, oh my God. Oh, we're not having this conversation, are we? And what ended up happening there is that, like, I'm like, I don't know. I was basically pushed into the closet until I was 18 years old.
Mm.
And oh my God, high school was fucking hell. High school was hell because it's like, I knew I was gay, and there were all these guys around me that I'm like totally like I want to flirt with you. I want to be myself around you, and I can't do that. And it was the worst time of my freaking, besides the fact that I was a geek and everybody thought I was a complete freak. And at 18, I was like, fuck this shit. They kicked me out of the house anyways. For all sorts for completely unrelated reasons, strangely enough. But they kicked me out of the house, and I'm like, okay. And then my mom, my dad cheated on my mom, and he called. She called me back to the house because she's like, I had a job at that time, and I'm like, and she's like, I need your help in keeping this apartment because I don't have enough money. And I'm like, you're begging me to come back? And she's like, yes. Okay. Rule number 1, I'm gay. Fucking deal with it, you know? And she's like, done, you know? I'm like, okay.
Okay, then. We have established a rapport.
And things got better after that. things got better after that because partly, even though my stepfather came back, they basically kind of had to deal with the fact that I was gay at that point, and I wasn't gonna stop, being gay or any bullshit like that, and 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 it became both me and my sister basically became the parents at that point because they both, well, they both their relationship became so toxic and screwed up that me and my sister basically had to be the adults, and we're like, okay, so we get to make all the rules now, so it it was kind of a weird situation, and mom kind of eventually she took to the whole gay thing, and it did help that my sister eventually got pregnant and had her own kids, so she didn't constantly bother me about, Mike, I'm never gonna have grandkids from you. I'm like, yeah, that's probably not gonna happen,
That's kind of the way this works, Ma. That's the
Yeah.
way this works.
Mm.
Oh boy.
But yeah, that's kind of my coming out was a long, arduous process.
Oh man. Oh, sorry about that.
Hey, that's not your fault.
No. But I think they just like I feel weird because it's one of those like, yeah, I had a comparatively easy time.
But it's different for everybody. Like some people have like, the most supportive parents in the goddamn world.
Oh, I didn't have support. I didn't have supportive parents. I just refused to care.
But what I'm saying is, it all depends on the person. Some people just don't care. Some people have really supportive parents. Some people have, some people have like had it way worse than I did. Like people actually physically threatening them harm. My mom and dad never did that. They just threatened my soul with eternal damnation. So
yeah. Sometimes that's the lesser of two evils, as bad as that is. But like I just I just had a comparatively easy time. Like it was the one of the things that I really that I have, while I was, a little bit more available, that I really enjoyed was I used to flirt when I liked a guy. I flirted with him in the way you are exactly not supposed to flirt with a woman. It was super aggressive.
Right.
Like I'd just be like, okay. It's like, hey, do you it's like, oh, do you kind of like that guy? Yeah. What are you going to do? And it was like that. It was like everyone has a bit of that Grace Jones fucking answer. What do you do when you like a man? Grab him! Take him! Fucking like Conan the Destroyer, that shit. And it just like, yeah. No, that's exactly how it was, which was like, hey, I like you. Oh, I think you're kind of nice. Oh, really? You're not supposed to like fucking like put your hand up in front of a guy and just lean into him. You're not supposed to do that with a woman at all. That's
right.
Completely unacceptable.
Right.
But here it was like is like it was just unleashing that like this kind of like predatory nature. And it didn't, I'll be honest, it didn't work very well. My success rate was not that great. I terrified most of the people I was flirting with. I mean, like just straight terrified. There were a lot of guys who ran away and was like, oh my God, what's up with that guy? But there were also a lot of girls who were like, he wants to fuck you. That's what's up with him. Did he not make that clear when he said, I want to fuck you right now? Yeah, and they're like, I don't get what I had one guy say I tried to rape him, and I'm like, I didn't even touch that guy. Like, I didn't even touch that guy. What the fuck is he talking about? But everyone was like, "Oh, yeah, he said that about you," but the reality is he says that about every guy who flirts with him.
Right.
And like, oh, well, okay.
I would be. I've always kind of wanted a guy to be like a little bit more like. I'm pretty much the guy that does the approaching, unfortunately, and I almost never get approached. I think maybe once or twice in like my entire dating career. Yeah. And it it's a I don't know, I guess part of, the gay thing is weird because of the fact that you like a lot of people won't approach you unless you're in very specific situations anyways, right?
Oh yeah.
You know. And there's I don't like going to the bars really, honestly, because I don't have a car, so it's a lot of work to get out there and uh And don't get me wrong, I've been, and I certainly do enjoy myself on that dance floor because I'm a terrible dancer and or singer, but I don't give a shit. I just like I like I like I like I like I like if I was afraid of that shit, then there wouldn't be. I can't imagine. Sorry, go ahead.
I feel like I have to say something here because of something Trev Apocalypse put in the chat. He said, "Girls never really approach me because I'm shy and a bit weird." Okay, I'm going to be honest let us be very honest, Trevor. It's not necessarily because you're shy and weird. Girls do not approach guys for the most part.
For the most part.
For the most part. You will occasionally find one that does, but that's super rare. Like, that is real super rare that a girl will do that. It almost never happens. I've had it happen twice, and only one I liked. Only one I appreciated. Because I like, one was just that situation where it was like, no. The answer is no. God, no. Please, God, no. No way. But the other one was like, sure. But that's like two in a lifetime. So it's rare. It's real rare. I don't even think like the best looking dudes get that very often. To be real honest.
No, I mean, that's the way I read an article actually on that kind of thing specifically, and like the ones that women consider the best looking are like they don't usually bother with them because they're like terrified of going up to those guys.
Mm-hmm.
Which makes complete sense.
Yeah, and look at all and there are a bunch of different answers in the chat already. Like, like one girl's like, yeah, we're kind of taught not to. Another one was like, yeah, we're worried about our own safety. Another one is like, yeah, we're just as easily intimidated as the guys sometimes. Like it's the whole approach is the whole approach part of the flirtation exercise in our culture is completely broken.
Well, one of the things that's really bad about our society is that if you're a man and you're rejected, it's a lot less devastating to you socially than if you're a woman and you're rejected.
That is actually true. It's one of those things where it's like it's less likely that you will be rebuffed, but the rebuff itself is a little more damning. So if it does happen, you feel like you're in a really vulnerable spot. So it's a risk-reward calculation. Whereas a guy who gets rejected, yeah, that's the way the game's played. You're considered kind of. It's not the number of times that you've been rejected; it's the number of times you haven't been approached that you haven't approached as a guy that you're judged for.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like that's a little bit more like, well, if you like that girl, why don't you say something? You know, that's what your guy friends will tell you. Why don't you say something? Why don't you fucking, you know, see what she says? She might say no, you know, and this is like this is the source of a lot of really weird miscommunications. My favorite being that which results in the friend zone, because that fucking happens. You know, because that fucking happens all the time. You know, you can end up in the friend zone a whole mess of different ways. You don't want to be male or female. You can end up there. That's not where you want to be.
Yeah.
You know, which is why when people are like, "Well, you ought to," you know, stop considering the girl's friendship as a consolation prize, and I'm like, well, here's the thing. What do people get more mad at? You accepting it as a consolation prize that you do not want, or you saying, no, we're not gonna be friends? You know, what is considered the more acceptable move? No one ever has an answer. You know, no one has an answer. I have my answer, which is... because I've given this to girls before. They were like, oh, I think of you as a friend. And I'm like, no, I want to be lovers or we're not going to be friends at all.
Mm-hmm.
At all. Because the entire time that we're friends, I'm just going to be trying to figure out how to stick my cock in you. That's not friends.
Yeah.
That's not friends. If you want a closeness, there's going to be a physicality to it. There's going to be fucking. You know? I'm not saying I can't respect and care about you, but I am saying is if we're just gonna be friends, the answer is no. I've got other things to do. Because that's not what I want to do.
You're upfront.
I'm extremely upfront. Yeah.
You know, I feel like part of the problem with a lot of those kinds of relationships is that people aren't upfront with each other.
Mm-hmm.
You know, especially the what was it? You know, both men and women have this problem where I feel like the friend zone, quote unquote, exists mostly because people aren't upfront with each other, and also because guys don't when they get into the place where they're friends, and it's not going any further than that. They don't recognize the fact that that's where the girl wants it, and if that's what the girl wants and that's not what you want, then you shouldn't continue on.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, if you are in a fundamental disagreement about what you both want out of your continued association, no. The answer has to be no. You have to just break it off. You know, you have to just be like, okay, I'll see you. You know,
and that's not the girl's fault necessarily. It's
no, not necessarily. You know, of course not. You know, she don't owe you.
Exactly.
Know, but you don't owe her either.
Right.
You know, you don't owe each other anything. You know, nothing. You know, that's the deal. You know, you need to be both in the amount that you both want to be. You know, otherwise, forget it. Just walk away. It's better for everybody. You know? And I've known girls who strung dudes along for a long time with the promise of maybe breaking off a piece. Oh, it happens. It so fucking happens. You know, to the point where you're like that's the interesting thing about being on on both sides of the fence, so to speak. Because to some girls, you become the gay friend. You know.
What do you mean, like, sorry.
When you're bisexual, to some girls, you become the gay friend.
Ah, okay.
You know, because they're like, oh, well, you like guys, so it's safe to talk to you. And it's like, well, yeah, but you have to realize the reason it's safe is because I'm not interested in fucking you specifically. Not because I don't fuck girls. It's you specifically I'm not interested in. And they will talk about shit that they have done. And I'm like, you need to fucking knock that shit off. You need to knock that off. You're
I've-
stringing that boy along. You can't be doing that. If you do that, then everything that happens is in fact your fault. You know, well, I don't see it that way. It doesn't matter how you see it. It is. You know, don't string that guy along. Just tell him, like, look, it's not happening. I'm not interested. Go away. And that's it. That's what you have to do. You know, but isn't that kind of mean? I'm like, yeah, it's mean. But it's meaner to fucking promise him something that will never happen.
Right.
You know, that's cruel. You know?
I as an actual gay guy, I get into these conversations with a lot of my with my girl friends, and they start talking about sex to me, and I sometimes look at them and I'm like, why do you do that to guys? Why do you?
It's
know?
very strange. Yeah, you're like, why? What's the point of this? You know, it's really weird. Like there's a certain mentality. It's not all women, but it is a particular type. It is a particular type that treats a lot of people, a lot of guys, like dick in a box break in case of emergency. You know, and some girls do that. Some girls do that. Not all of them. I would dare even say not most. But that's the ones that sting the most. They're the ones that hurt the most.
I agree with you. It's definitely not most.
Yeah, it's not even most. But the ones that do it, they're the ones that you grow to absolutely loathe. They're the ones that generate the majority of the hate. You know, because that is awful. To treat someone like that is awful. That is less than human. You know, that is even less than sex object. You know, that's basically living dildo, which is a little bit which is lower than, like, you know, just wanting someone for their sex appeal. Mm-hmm. You know, so you're like, whoa, you just want this guy around just in case you're horny one day and you've got nothing better. That's terrible. That's terrible. That's absolutely terrible. You know, like, wow. You know, and there have been some girls that were absolutely like that. And you would think that they would all be the more attractive ones. No, that's not the case either. It's a particular personality trait. You know, it's a personality trait. It doesn't necessarily come with attractiveness, because I've seen butt ugly girls do that. Mm-hmm. I'm just sort of like, you know, like that they do that, and I'm like, ooh, look who thinks she's Ms. Madam. Mm-hmm. You know, I am amazing. You have the option. You know, needless to say, a lot of those girls weren't my friends. You know, like, because I refuse to be friends with people who behave that way. Because I'm like, you're treating these people like fucking trash. I don't fucking care. Mm-hmm. You know, you can't treat people like dirt. You know, like, that's awful. You know, I know that is one girl who fucking did that to guys while she was married. Mm-hmm. Like, married. I'm like, yikes. You're married. You're not allowed to have a dick in a box break in case of emergency. You know, them's the rules. Like, them's the fucking rules. You know, like, come on. You know, you're stringing this guy along, hoping, you know, with the hope that he'll be able to break it. What are you fucking waiting for? Like, what do you have him around for? Just in case? Oh, I don't understand why that guy hates me so much. Because you're a fucking cunt. That's why. You know, Jesus. That was awful. Now, obviously, this is in the club kind of days, because, like, everyone's got those friends of friends, and you're like, no, please, don't call them over here. No, don't talk to them. I don't care what they're going through. I don't want, no, oh, fine. Oh, God, we're talking to this bitch. Oh, God, why are you doing this to me? You're killing me. You're killing me. Oh, God.
Yeah, Yogi, being an accessory sometimes can be very, very tiring.
I'll say, yeah.
it's interesting. It's interesting to see the war of the sexes from the outside, I guess. You know.
Yeah. It is a completely different perspective when you operate in a different space. You know, you can kind of look back at it and go like, why are you doing that? That doesn't make any sense. You know, that from both perspectives. You know?
Yeah.
You know, like, oh, what advice would you give guys? Respect yourself more. If a girl is not interested in a relationship, respect yourself. Walk away. Seriously. You're gonna have more options, believe me.
It's you don't have to be mean about it or anything. You just
No. You don't want to be friends, so don't be friends.
yeah.
Just be like, all right, well, if you don't want to date, I really do. But since you say no, I'm going to go away. Oh, we can still be friends. No, we can't actually. Because I'm always going to want that extra step. You don't want to go that extra step. And that's the way it's going to be.
Yeah.
I'm still looking. I'm still looking for that person who's going to be in my life. Mm-hmm. I can't be waiting around for you to decide to change your mind.
I dumped a guy basically because of that,
Yeah.
I'm like,
yeah.
Dude, I don't want to be just friends with you. If I wanted to be just friends with you, it's not that I don't value friendship or anything like that, because I totally do. But like I have lots and lots of friends who I already spend a lot of time with, and I was looking for something more with you, and you didn't want it, and that's okay. That's okay.
Yeah, that's okay, but I can't be here.
Yeah.
Like I gotta go. I have to continue on. I have to keep looking. Yeah, absolutely. Like it makes perfect sense. I've had that. Yeah, that's the other thing. Like guys do that with guys too.
Right.
Everyone has had that experience. And now here's the one thing I will say. There are a lot of this happens. This is distressingly frequent. When you put someone in the friend zone and you didn't realize it.
Right.
That happens. How do I know? I've done it.
Right.
I've done it. And it was fucked up. But it was one of those things where it was like there was a girl I was seeing named Emily. She was nice, but we were just friends that fucked, and I didn't really want a relationship. And at one point she got mad. She's like, "You don't really want me. You're hung up over your ex," and walked out.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, "Oh shit, she's right."
Mm-hmm.
Oh shit, she's totally fucking right. I totally fucking, without even thinking about it, I fucking put that girl in the friend zone. I didn't even realize it. That happens. That does happen. Where you're just like, oh fuck, what have I done? I didn't even realize that.
Mm-hmm.
It happens all the time. And that's even in the best circumstance, which is that wasn't intentional. I didn't mean to do that, but I was still doing it. It was still happening. Fucked up, totally fucked up. But it is what it is. I can't say that guys don't put girls in the friend zone. That's what that was.
Mm-hmm.
That's what that was. She was. What was she? She was pussy on tap. Break in case of emergency. That's what that was. And I'm like, oh, I can't do that again. Mm-hmm. And I didn't. I never did it. I never did it since. Because sometimes you have to make that mistake to realize how bad something is. So shit happens. Shit happens. Even with the best of intentions, bad things happen. But I can't pretend that I was blameless. That would be terrible. That'd be worse. Mm-hmm. That'd be awful. Oh, well, she let herself on. No. No, I benefited. You know? Of course I did. Of course I benefited. I gotta admit that. I gotta own up to that. You know? Even if I wasn't like, premeditated about it, that's what was happening. Now, if someone said, oh, you premeditated that, I'm like, no, I didn't premeditate that. It just happened. It happened that way because I wasn't thinking about it. So what I'm saying is, if a girl's like, I put that guy in the friend zone and I didn't mean to, there's a chance that's true. There's a chance that's completely fucking honest. But if someone says, no such thing as a friend zone, I'm sorry, that's a lie. That is a total lie. There's nothing in my experience that leads me to believe that the friend zone doesn't exist. If it did, how could I have done it to somebody? It just turns out that that's a lot more complicated than we like to pretend it is. On both sides, actually. Both sides, it's really complicated.
It's not something that's like the fault of just one person usually.
No. Usually when guys are in the friend zone, it works like this, which is, the girl puts you there, but the guy decides to stay.
Exactly.
That's usually how it works. Not always. Your case may be an outlier. It may be different, but that's usually the case. Like, if you're in the friend zone, you realize it. Like, you probably got to do what Emily did to me. Walk away. Leave. Like, she didn't just break off our fucking... She essentially broke the friendship off. Mm-hmm. We were never as close since. We were really good friends during that period of time. But after that, no. Not all. Arm's length. At best. Mm-hmm. And she's right to do that. She's absolutely right to do that. Because she had to respect herself. She had to respect herself and get what she wanted. What she wanted? She wanted a guy that wanted her. Bam. Done. Now she's free of that shit. It hurts like hell. Dude, I felt really bad. But believe me, there's nothing compared to the way she felt. I guarantee it. She left that room in tears, man. I felt awful. But, whoa. I was like, oh, crap, you're right. I'm fucking pining over my ex here, and I made this girl suffer the consequences. I shouldn't have done that, And the funny thing is, what that actually made me do was be more upfront. Mm-hmm. More upfront and more like, well, if I ever find myself in that situation, the answer is no. That this girl just demonstrated that. She had to go, and that was absolutely correct for her. So so next time that happens to me, that's got to be my answer too, which is, nope, I'm just leaving. Bye. No matter how much it hurts, I just leave. And it did me pretty well, actually. It did mean that it does mean that I skipped out on a lot of bad romances. Mm-hmm. But that carries with it its own benefits. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, it's like ripping a bandage off really fast.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And the thing is as Eliana Gonzalez says, I know the friend zone, it sucks ass, and the asshole who did it fucked over my best friend. Couldn't trust guys for a while. Yeah. It's not just a thing that girls do to guys. Guys do it too. And like I said, sometimes, and this is, I guarantee, not the majority of times, but sometimes, you don't even realize it's happening. You don't even realize you're doing it. But when you look back on it, you got to be honest with yourself as to what you were doing. Yeah, I think we've Jaren Gigi. Thank you, Jaren Gigi. Yeah, I think we've all been in the friend zone at least once. I think we all have. I think we all have. Yeah, Lady Discus says, I admit it, I threw the phrase, let's just be friends around thinking dudes wouldn't feel anything or be hurt by that. to get out of dates with them, but in truth, he could really hurt someone. Yeah. Those lines could
Night,
really
Alasia.
hurt. Yeah. Night, Alasia. You take care. Oh man. But yeah. Frank, honest talk on tonight on the Count Jackula stream about relationships and the difficulties of meeting people and how often that doesn't work and how often it does. It does work sometimes. Sometimes it works out. It's awesome. You know. Awesome Man says sometimes I can't tell when a girl's being cute versus being flirty. Well, you're not alone. I think that is ask a girl that flirts with girls.
Yes. Yeah. I really can't tell you.
No one understands that more than a bisexual chick. And also, no one has less time for it. Like, every time I meet a girl who's like, I don't have time to play games, I'm like, you're bisexual, aren't you? You're not pan, you're not lesbian, you are bisexual. And they'll go, yeah. What made you know? You seemed awfully confident about that. Why? And I'm like, because bi chicks are the ones who don't have time for games. They just don't have time for it. You know? It's like, because, you know, they're like, why do you think that is? It's like, I think it's because they're on both sides of that dating game. You know, any assumptions is a better way of putting it. Any assumptions they have about how men and women approach each other are immediately challenged whenever you try to approach a woman as a woman. And every bisexual girl has that, like, I thought that girl was really into me. Like, what happened? And I'm like, and then every guy around her is like, that's what happens. It's like, oh shit, is it really like that? And we're all like, yeah. Yeah, you can mistake nice for being flirty so goddamn easy. It's so easy.
Mm-hmm.
You know, just like, fuck. I'm sorry I'm sorry for everything I ever said to you guys about that. This is confusing. And we're like, it is. You know, as I like to joke, here's another thing I like to joke about. You're like, how come so many guys, you know, how come so many guys, straight guys, have a lesbian friend? Because it turns out that's actually kind of common. It's actually kind of common. And my response has always been, because they're united by a common enemy. You know, like, you know, there's a bit of that. There's a bit of that, like, oh, girls are confusing, you know. But I always appreciated bisexual girls for their ability to just be like, no, there's no games. I want that here. Okay? All right, I want that here. I want that there. We could do this. I have time to I'm sorry, this whole game, that's wasting valuable orgasm time. We could just be doing this. We could just be making out right now. What's your problem? What's your problem? And every time I see a girl who's like that, I'm like, you're bisexual. And they're like, yeah. Well, how did you know? And I'm always like, because I don't know why, but this is how bi chicks act. Mm-hmm. You know, not even like lesbian women necessarily act like that. It seems to be specifically a bisexual woman thing. Mm-hmm. You know, which I always thought was pretty fucking hilarious. You know, as a result, I got along with a lot of bisexual women. Mm-hmm. Oh man. Yeah, talking to bisexual women about other women is amazing. That's you start to learn a lot about how how to put it, you start to learn that one of the things that's very, very interesting about oh, you okay, man?
No, yeah, I'm fine. I was looking for something real quick.
Okay. One of the things I find very interesting about sexual attraction is that the behavior of the I know how to put this. The nature of the approach has a little less to do with the gender of the approacher and more to do with the gender of the approached. I don't know if that makes sense. Let me see if I can put it this way. Men and women who are attracted to women tend to approach women the same way. That's a general tendency, not a specific one. It's obviously it's somewhat loosey-goosey.
Right.
You know, but I've noticed that girls who are into girls approach girls as if they themselves were guys.
Right.
Bisexual girls approach girls the way I approach dudes. It's a little pushy, it's kind of predatory, you know, and it's kind of like, I'm going to make you say no. I am going to get this answer. It's going to be yes or no. What's it going to be? You know? And I'm just sort of like, interesting.
Which makes sense.
Yeah.
The way you said that confuses them because so many women are trained to not say no directly.
Yeah. They're taught to be very oblique about it because I guess there must be reasons.
It's a safety thing. The idea is that men if you say no directly, then a man will get really, really pissed off. I'm not sure I 100% believe that every single man is going to do that, but I get that.
Well, it's it's a distinct possibility. You know, I don't know that I've never actually witnessed that happen. You know, where a guy gets pissed off because he got a no. Not in public anyway.
And I absolutely, you know, that 1 in a million chance, I don't know, 1 in a million, 1 in 1,000, whatever kind of chance it is, where you get the psycho guy, right? And that psycho guy,
yeah.
You know, I get why women would do that, because you got that chance of that psycho guy who's going to just fucking lose his shit, right?
Right.
And that makes sense. I'd be scared of that too if I felt like I was in a vulnerable spot, you know? I've never been really, I mean, obviously, well, not necessarily obviously. I don't think I've ever had somebody come on to me that I felt threatened by, right? At worst, unattracted to, but never threatened by.
I have.
Well, really?
Yeah.
Do tell.
It was really odd. It's one man, one woman. The woman was this girl in high school. I don't remember her name. She was everything you don't want.
Right.
You know, morbidly obese, bad skin, poor hygiene, you know, everything. You know, and you find yourself, I found myself in this game of being nice to this person, and then all of a sudden that going way too far, way too quickly. And I know why it was threatening, which was because she was taller and heavier than I was. It was like, and like I said, like it was you're meeting someone who's just genetically crapped out. Just everything's wrong. Everything's fucking wrong. The fact that this person can actually stand up straight is kind of a miracle. That was really, really scary. The other one that was really, really scary, it was a guy, and it was for different reasons entirely. It was... God. Oh. This one makes me cringe even harder. Okay, it was a guy that I met, and when I say met, I mean we were at the same event together, and this guy wouldn't go away. At a bondage event. And this guy would not fuck off. He would not go away.
Mm-hmm.
And there's this really, and it's very, very, very obvious that he's like a masochist.
Mm-hmm.
So there is literally nothing I can do to make this guy go away.
Right.
You know, I can't threaten him. I can't beat him up.
So where she treat him? Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly. Exactly. So I'm caught. I'm stuck. I got nothing. You know? It just keeps coming back. And it's just like, oh, God. Oh, no, this is what he wants. What do I fucking do? And that was really threatening. That I felt really unsafe about. Because it was that feeling of like, this one's not going to go away. Mm-hmm. And that was my first glimpse into what happens with a lot of girls.
Right. Absolutely.
Where they're like, oh God, if I say anything, they won't go away. What do I do? I'm screwed. This guy just won't fuck off. Like, what do I do? It has to be acceptable. There was something a sex worker once told me, which I thought was really insightful. She's like, look, a woman doesn't necessarily want you to say no. Doesn't necessarily want to say no. But she needs to know, she needs to feel like refusing you is acceptable.
Mm.
That you're not going to try to stick around. That you're not going to try to change your mind. That no is okay. And that if she decides to change her mind after a solid no, that is also fine.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, because you think about it, as I often say, what's a standard approach between men and women? Man approaches, woman refuses, man approaches again. That's the nature of it. That's the way it seems to work. It's like, you said no, but did you mean it? Did you mean no? And then that's when you start getting the more solid, you're supposed to be getting the more solid answers. But because we are a very sex-phobic society, it's very strange. It's very weird. We're obsessed with sex because we're so afraid of it. Mm-hmm. On a cultural level, it's my favorite example of something that is like a gender conflict that I'm like, this is a conflict that is not about what the thing that everyone is saying it is about. Mm-hmm. Manspreading.
Right.
This isn't about taking up space. It's about being afraid. It's about the fear of being touched.
Mm-hmm.
Because if it was really about taking up space, then we could talk about the fact that what's just as common as manspreading, a woman using an extra seat for her bags.
For her bags,
for her stuff. Like, that's something that happens just
absolutely. As frequently. Well, I ride public transportation all the time. And you know what's hilarious? So we have these new trains where I live. And so I get onto the train, in those cars, most of the people who are on there aren't with other people. So those cars, all the cars will have single occupants in each of the seats until everybody fills up one of those seats. And then people grudgingly will sit next to
Yep.
somebody else.
Yep. Yeah. Same thing here. People don't want to touch other people. It's one of those, so why is the woman with all the bags more acceptable? Simple. There's no fucking threat of being touched by another person. Whereas a man's knee might touch you. A woman's bag, oh, that's fine. You know, that's not a person. That's not part of a person. We're very afraid of touching people. You know, that's what manspreading is about. That man may touch me. You know? And so we find a weird way to justify our hatred of this thing. And because everyone is currently talking this particular type of gender conflict language, we'll just use that. But the reality is, if you're complaining about this, the reality is you're afraid of being touched. Which is fine, by the way.
Yeah.
It is fine to be like, oh, I don't want someone touching me on the fucking bus, even accidentally. Oh, God, no, I don't. It's weird. I think it's weird, you know? Like, I have no problem with touch in general, but I still think it's weird because, you know, because I'm a product of the society as much as anybody else, you know. But you want to know, and this is an important detail. Do you want to know where the idea of manspreading doesn't exist?
Where?
Japan. You know why?
Because
many
their public transportation is fucking packed all the time.
Yeah, too many goddamn people. You have to fucking shove dudes over. You have to be like, close that. How do people deal with manspreading in Japan? You fucking elbow into somebody.
Yeah.
You know, fucking make some goddamn room. You know, but you've got another problem there. You know, you got another problem in that instance, which is people molesting girls on the fucking train. And why do they do it? Because they can get away with it. Why can they get away with it? Is it sexism? A little bit, but it's more about the opportunity.
Right.
If no one can stop you, there's no way anyone can get between you and the guy pressed up next to you already. It doesn't happen. It can't happen.
Right.
You know, even if there is a guard who somehow magically is able to see it through all that massive humanity, what's that person going to be able to do? Nothing. You know, the only person who can do anything about it is the woman who's being molested or a guy that's right next to her.
Right.
You know, they're the only ones who could do anything, and that's why it happens on the bus. And that's why it happens on that train so frequently. It's pure opportunity. You know, and yeah, it is completely fucked up. It's completely fucked up. Yeah.
Well,
but I'm not gonna lie, I've thought of it.
Okay.
I've totally thought of it. Thought of it.
Okay. The chat is saying they're all talking about like manspreading, and so a lot of the guys are like, well, I have large balls and stuff like that. And you know what, guys, here's the thing.
Fair enough. You know, if you do, fair enough.
That's fair, but here's the thing. It's very likely, guys, answer me this in the chat. If a person came up to you politely and asked if they could sit down, you'd probably sit up and probably close your legs a little bit, right? That's probably what would happen, right? You know, I'm not crazy, because that's, you know, when somebody asks if they can sit right next to me, you know, that's usually, you know, well, I'm not usually like, I tend to like not really think about like what I'm doing on the train and bus so much, you know. I'm usually pretty like, if it looks like somebody needs to sit down, I'm pretty good about just like being ready to like let them sit down, but chat.
Yeah. Well, we gotta wait for the chat. Yeah. Yeah. Sorry, super anime girl. Yeah, I've thought of it. You know, I think it is one of those things because, well, let me put it this way. I've thought of it in the way I think about touching every girl I'm attracted to.
Oh, you mean like way general?
Yeah, way general.
I mean, like, of course I think about like any guy that I'm attracted to. There's like that momentary. There's that momentary. Ooh, yeah, you know, in my brain, of course. No shit, you know. But like, it's a fleeting like, whew, you know, like that. You know.
Yeah. It's not. Oh, let's see if I. It's not like I have like a molester fantasy or anything.
Right.
I was like, no. Yeah. Well, I think you would have known about it at this point, babe. Yeah. You know, that would have come up already. You know. What was that?
You do molest a lot.
Well, yeah, but consensually, yeah. Yeah. That's the secret of dating me. If if I was like, if you like dating me, you better like being touched. Just period. That's just the way it is. You know. So if you don't, turn back now. And a lot of that was actually born out of a girl who fucking hated public displays of affection, and I realized how much I needed it. How much I needed to be able to do it, and how much I wanted it done to me. So it's like, I'm sorry. It's like, well, I don't like being touched. Okay, well, then we can't date.
Well,
No.
I definitely generally agree with you on that kind of thing because I like cuddling. I like being physical, and if a guy can't do that, then I'm not dating that guy. No way in hell.
Yeah. Yeah, and having large balls is inconvenient. I've known I've known dudes that were like that. Ironically, no one I ever dated or slept with, but I've definitely known dudes who were like that. Because I did live in a world where it was totally okay to be, just to get dressed. It seems to be a function of like bisexuality that you're just used to just getting fucking naked in front of people. Like even people you're not necessarily attracted to. Because I've had like, there's definitely been like times that someone has had to remind me, Jack, no. I'm like, huh? I'm like, huh? You're in your underwear. I'm like, yeah. They don't come from the same world, man. Like, oh, I gotta. I'll be back. I gotta put my pants on. Didn't mean to give anybody the wrong idea. I'll be back 5 minutes. So yeah, so like I've known guys where you would be surprised the variety of shape, the variety of sizes testicles come in. You would be really fucking surprised, because I was surprised, and I have a pair. It is entirely possible to have a ball sack that is the size of a fist. I've seen it.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen it with my own 2 eyes. I've seen it, and it's just one of those like, whoa, how do you sit down? They're like gingerly. Like, fair enough. Okay. But yeah, like it's one of those things. Like in this argument, you can't. It's really hard to talk about. We don't talk about that kind of thing. We don't talk about like, oh, maybe they got a point. We don't talk about, hey, maybe you should just ask them to move over. We don't talk about all the people who are like, you know what? If a guy's doing that and I need him to move, I just ask. How many people do that? A lot of them. A lot of people.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people do that. A lot of people are very reasonable about this kind of thing. Tons of folks are reasonable about it. It'd just be like, hey, dude, you mind? I got to sit here. Oh, okay. Because everyone recognizes if that guy gives you shit, he's the asshole.
Yeah, absolutely.
You
Especially
know?
if you're like reasonable and polite, you know?
Yeah. You know, everyone realizes that guy's the asshole if he gives you fucking beef for fucking, hey man, could you take over this thing? Now, granted, if the guy's like 400 pounds and take it up 2 seats because that's just how big his ass is, let it slide. Just let it slide. That guy's got enough fucking problems.
There's 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 exceptions to every
There's
rule.
exceptions to every rule. Just like I am not gonna begrudge the woman carrying 6 bags of groceries
Exactly.
that extra spot. Okay, it just, all right, fair enough. You're obviously just getting from point A to point B. That's fine. But if you got the one bag, put that in your goddamn lap.
Yeah, the one that you can sit in your damn lap.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
one that you can fit in your damn lap, you know, like you can fucking move that one. You know, because it turns out when we use public transportation, we all have to make allowances for each other. But for the love of crap, don't do stupid crap. Like to me, the putting the one bag in the seat next to you is kind of the equivalent of the guy literally taking up 2 seats that he doesn't need.
Right.
That's when you're just like, you've literally just got the leg completely fucking on that thing. And it's like, you fucking piece of shit. Fucking move that. Then again, maybe I'm just a more confrontational guy. You know, I've gotten into weird confrontations with women with babies. She said, "You're kind," and I fucking flipped my shit. You know, I don't even. She said, "You're kind."
What the fuck, man?
Yeah, you're kind. And I'm like, what the fuck did you just say? Like, I fucking flipped my shit, man. This is like back in the 90s. I fucking lost my mind. You know, like, oh man, that was. The fucking Countess was there. She was like,
Yeah, you
wow.
brought the bus to a stop.
What was that?
Yeah, you brought the bus conversation to a dead stop.
Yeah, apparently that was one of those like time stops and I'm fucking screaming. You know, afterwards she was like, "You know when you get really mad, your voice drops like 2 octaves. It gets really loud." And I'm like, "Yeah, it does. It does." All of a sudden my voice gets super deep. You know, oh jeez, I couldn't believe it. You're kind. Wow. And you know, the fucked up thing is now I'm remembering that situation a little more clearly. This is what happened. So this woman gets on the bus with her kid, and her kid is just being a kid, and the kid is adorable. Like acting in the act of being adorable. Like saying hi to people, waving to them, you know, families, mom and little daughter, they're black. This becomes a factor. So I'm looking at this girl and I'm like, oh, look at that. That kid's so adorable. Because, like, you know, I'm in my late 20s, considering weighing the pros and cons of children myself.
All right.
And, you know, here's this cute little kid. All of a sudden, I hear this voice, this angry voice saying, "She ain't that fucking cute." And I'm like, what? You know, like I just said, what a cute kid. And now I'm hearing in response, she ain't that fucking cute. First of all, yeah, this kid was. This kid was the fucking definition of adorable. Second of all, and this is where I was immediately like, what the fuck is wrong with you? It was her mother. What parent says their kid ain't that fucking cute.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm immediately like, when I realize this, I'm like, what? Excuse me, what did you just say? You know, and she goes, she ain't that fucking cute. I'm like, all right. Because now I realize I'm dealing with a crazy person.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like, you know, what parent argues with someone saying that their child is cute? A crazy person. That's who.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, okay. But I'm like, mad. You know, because I'm like, I'm being nice to your kid and you're getting mad at me for being nice to your kid. You must be a really terrible human being. Like, this is the calculation going on in my head.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I'm like, okay. You know, and that's when she busts out with this is the problem with your kind. And I'm like, and this is where I am all of a sudden screaming. I'm like, my kind? What do you mean, my kind? You know, and she backpedals. She's like, She's like, the kind that won't give a woman with a kid a seat. And I immediately stand up and I'm like, then fucking take my goddamn seat. You fucking take it. What the fuck is wrong with you? You know, I'm just like going off. I am going off. She fucking, like, next stop, she and the kid get off the bus. And the kid looks so fucking confused. And I'm just sort of like, every time I think about this story, I am like, what happened to that kid? Like, what happened to that poor kid? You know, like I said, sweetest fucking kid I'd ever seen. You know, she gets off the thing. She's still yelling at me. I turn around. She throws her fucking purse at the window. She's already off the bus. She throws shit at the window at me. And I'm like, what the I'm just sitting there and I'm like, I'm mad. Like, and anyone who like looks at me above it, you know, like, are you okay? I'm just like, you know, just shoot him the dirty eye because I don't want to talk about it. You know, and I'll never forget that. I'm not going to forget that because I'm still just sort of sitting there like, we get off the bus and I'm like, what the fuck was that? Did I fucking hallucinate that? Did I go crazy? You know, like, did that just happen? You know, and Countess was like, no, that happened. I don't know why it happened, but it did. Like,
Yeah.
Okay.
Wow. Your kind. Just like
Your kind.
out of nowhere, too.
Out of nowhere. I was like, you gotta be kidding me. What the hell? You know, for saying that her kid was adorable. What the fuck? Wow.
Like, it just, my brain is like trying to make some sort of like logical leap that would come out of your mouth, but there's nothing there that makes any kind of fucking sense.
No, there really isn't.
Not even on a racist level.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, it just...
Yeah, it's like, what are the stereotypes in your fucking head of Asian people?
Exactly!
You know, like, that is so... It's like that bit in Jesus Camp. I love referencing that bit at the end of Jesus Camp. You know, where I go, like, this is how different this world that we're peeping into is from the rest of us. When you see two old black guys playing chess in the park, and you think of the stereotype of their religion, what's the answer?
Are you asking me?
I'm asking you.
Uh,
Two black guys in the park, they're playing chess. They're old black dudes. What religion are they from? in a general sense.
Christian, I guess.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
You would assume that they were Christians. You
Right.
probably wouldn't even think about it. You'd just be like,
Yeah.
I don't know, Southern Baptist maybe,
Yeah.
Lutheran, I don't know, like one of those. You
Right.
would never in a million fucking years think they must be Muslims.
It wouldn't be the first thing on my mind.
No, it would not be the first thing on your mind. Because what the what the Black Islam Nation guy looks like.
Right.
He's got the bow tie. He's got the fucking nice shirt on, the jacket. He's got the Quran like tucked under his arm. He's got the proper hair. He is so fucking straight edge looking. It's fucking painful.
Mm-hmm.
But if it's just like a couple guys hanging out with suspenders and fucking like, grandpa hats on, they're probably fucking Christians. But these kids from this Jesus camp, their world is so fucking skewed. They assume that a black person is a Muslim.
Okay.
Yeah, and you're like, what? 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 Like, that stereotype is wrong.
Right.
You're using a completely different set of stereotypes of people. Wow. That's really different. That
not
is
not only is it wrong, it's like completely messed up on a totally different level.
Yeah. Yeah. And oh, by the way, Super Anime Girl 13 is right. Strapless bras do not work. I'm sorry. If they work, then if strapless bras work on you, chances are you're not working with a lot of titty. Bras are largely decorative at that point. Largely decorative. I'll tell you the worst thing I ever saw, though. Worst, saddest titties I ever saw. This is just like Mother Nature's a bitch. Sagging A cups.
How does that even work?
I don't know. And she wasn't old either. Like, we're talking, this girl's like in her early 20s. It was just the worst. It was just like, oh, Mother Nature is cruel. Like, that's mean. That's the worst of both worlds, like.
I do not envy women and how age sometimes is cruel to them. I mean,
I envy no one.
It's true that men also have their own huge problems when it comes to age, but yeah.
Yeah. Sometimes it's one of those things where everyone likes to say, "Oh, you have big tits; they're gonna really sag when you're older," and the answer is, maybe.
That depends on a lot of different factors.
It depends on a lot of factors, not the least of which is how cruel and unfair Mother Nature is. Because, sorry, not always. Oh my God, there was this one woman. She was like a nude model in my school, and she was amazing. She was in her like 50s or 60s, and you're looking at her, and you're like, oh God, she's gonna take that robe off, and it's gonna be a disaster. Just because you're making assumptions about her age, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's like these are going to be like the saggiest things. Everything's going to be out of place. Oh, it's going to be awkward. No, she took that robe off, and you were like, oh my God. That Mother Nature loves you. I didn't know how else to put it. You were just like, she just took her robe off, and you're just like, holy fucking shit. That is perfection.
Mm-hmm.
That is perfection. She had really big boobs. They hadn't moved an inch.
Mm-hmm.
Not a fucking inch. And you're like, is that no, that can't. Holy shit, those are real. Holy shit, those are real. And you're like, how old is this woman? How old is she? She's got to be in her 50s. Mm-hmm. At least. No, everything's just perfectly in place. Mm-hmm. It's every place, everything is where you would expect it, where you would want it. And you're just like, that's wow. Mm-hmm. Ma'am, I do not know what God blessed you at birth, but whatever you're doing, keep it up. Holy fuck. Holy fuck. And like I said, before she got buck-ass naked, you'd have never known. Mm-hmm. You'd have never known. You would have expected a train wreck. Mm-hmm. Because she looked old. You could tell that it was one of those, like, yeah, you could tell back in her 20s she was, like, beautiful, but the ravages of time had taken away the youth of her face, but not the perfection of her body. It was crazy. Like, I don't know how else to put it. It was completely insane. Like I said, Mother Nature, very unfair.
Not exactly the same, but you're reminding me of how you talked about Elvira, mm-hmm. and how, like, amazing she looks considering her age.
Oh God, yeah, absolutely.
There's a lot of like, she's had work done though, right?
Minimal, very minimal. Like, basically she just naturally held together very well. Mm-hmm. There's some, you could tell she's had like a little done here or there, mm-hmm. but you can also tell it's not a lot. Mm-hmm. The occasional lift, maybe a facelift or two, and that's about it.
Like, no, well, the thing is that I've seen her, like, pictures of, like, semi recently, and I'm like, you can tell that she's had work done, but you can also tell that not only did she take to it well, which is, like, mm-hmm. important, she didn't get it over. She didn't get overdone, which is something that,
not at all. No, you can tell that her goal was like, what's the bare minimum I can do here? What is the bare fucking minimum? And yeah. And of course, like, the Elvira makeup hides a lot. Mm-hmm. But I don't know how to say it other than it just hides wrinkles.
Right.
It just hides the facial wrinkles. Everything else is her. And I think the thing that makes Cassandra Peterson so fucking ageless is that is the friendliest woman you will ever meet. She loves saying hi to people. It's nuts. Mm-hmm. It's nuts. Like, I don't know how she does it, but she is so friendly. You will be convinced that she is an Elvira impersonator. Because you're like, the real Elvira would not be this fucking friendly.
Right.
No, she totally is. She is completely that friendly. She is very nice. She's super nice. If you give her shit, she'll turn on you. I've seen it.
Right. I mean, that's usually
cut a motherfucker down.
That's usually what happens with the nicest of those people.
Yeah. But it's really interesting because it's like that's super withering bitch move. That's there so she can preserve her ability to be friendly with people, and you can tell. Like, it's because she does. She really likes being friendly with people. Like, nothing is better than meeting Elvira for 5 minutes, midnight, as she is leaving a show. Mm-hmm. That is amazing. That is a delight, because if you're a fan and you're just pleasant enough, she will talk to you.
Mm-hmm.
She will say hello. She will say, "Did you have a nice time?" Like she will give you the time of day when a person who you feel is a little bit closer to your social level would not.
Mm-hmm.
But obviously, if you get too weird about it, she's gonna bitch you out.
Right. Right.
She's gonna she'll do that. She'll pull a bitch move, because she gotta. But she's really nice. It was like I said, I was convinced it was an Elvira impersonator, and they were like, no, that was Cassandra Peterson.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, oh shit, really? They're like, yeah, totally, that was her. And I'm like, she was so sweet. It's like, she is. She just is. She's great. She's fantastic. She's one of the first lady. She's like the first lady of horror for a reason.
So, are you guys going to Monsterpalooza next year?
April? You mean in April?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we're trying to. We
Mm-hmm.
want to. That's on the docket. But like, with the move and everything else, we're really like, basically finances are in flux, and we're freaking out. I won't lie. We're all freaking out because we were not expecting things would move this quickly.
Right.
We were not expecting that things would happen like this.
Mm-hmm.
So we're all fucking freaking out, and I'm one of the things that I'm definitely trying to do in order to basically get back up on top is to try to do videos way more frequently, and the actual review ones too, because those do get the most views still. The actual reviews get the most view, and I mean like the full on like comedy reviews, those get more views than anything.
Right.
And so what I've done, and this sounds really stupid, but I'm like, the writing process is the thing that takes too long. I've taken to cutting out the writing process.
Okay.
Yeah, because I'm like, look, it's just going to be me screaming into a mic anyway. Why don't we just do that and see what happens? Let's see if we can put out a video faster if we do it that way. And it turns out, yes, we can. So rather than write out everything, I'm only writing out key things that I need. Specifically from other people. Like, yeah. There are some people that I'm asking cameos from. Let's see. Who else do I need to ask? Oh, I need to ask Gory, Lehman, and Diamanda, actually. I need to ask them. I really want a bit from Lehman as H.P. Lovecraft.
Oh yeah. For a second, I didn't know who you were talking about. Now I remember.
Yeah. It's Lehman. He does Ask Lovecraft.
Yeah.
I want to get something.
I
from
love him. He's great.
Yeah. I want a bit from Gory and her family, and I'm also hoping. And let me check on the off chance that one of them has responded. Nope, not yet. They probably because they went to sleep before I fucking asked, and they just haven't woken up yet.
Right.
But I'm hoping I get as many of these as possible.
Well, if you guys do go to Monsterpalooza, try to let me know as soon as possible beforehand if you guys are going or not, because I wouldn't mind going out to LA and doing that.
Oh man. Oh, you got it, dude. You got it. You fucking got it. Like, you can fucking I am told, like, wandering those stomping grounds with being a horror guru is a little bit different than hanging out with us at MagFest.
Absolutely.
For lack of a better putting it, being surrounded by the other denizens of Midian is a little bit different,
Mm-hmm.
It's a louder, weirder crowd. You know, oh God, the weirdest part is when you're talking to someone and you're having an argument. Because this happened to me. I'm having an argument about a horror movie with someone, and I'm realizing, wait, I'm arguing with an actress who has been in horror movies. What the fuck is happening right here? Oh shit. Do I let her have her way because she's an actress, or do I hold my ground and attempt to gain her respect for continuing even though she is a minor celebrity?
Right.
You know, like, how do I play this? You know, like that has happened. Like that happened last time actually, and I felt really weird about it. You know, but I'm like, no, I'm going to be cool. I got to be cool, you know? Because then maybe this woman will have a little respect for me. It's like she might get, although it could totally go the other way and go like, you were a dick to me last con, and be like, yeah, I'm really sorry about that. I was drunk as shit. You know? And I don't even remember what we were arguing about. I just remember that there was an argument, you know? Like, but hey, that was just a disagreement, and that's all that is. You know? Or will it be the, like, I remember you were that guy who was arguing with me about Friday the 13th. I'd be like, yeah, I remember that. I remember that. I saw that movie you were in. You were great. How's it going? Oh, man. Oh, God, that's weird. That's weird. Oh, man, another woman who's, like, super nice is the woman who played Angela in Sleepaway Camp.
I've heard that.
She is fantastic. She's great. You know. Oh man. Like she was a woman like that was that one interview where I'm like she's like, "Hey, do you want a beer?" And I'm like, "I do. I will totally take a beer if it is given to me by the woman who played the girl who played Angela in Sleepaway Camp. I can't say no to that." You know, and the fact that she's fucking oh man, that woman made out. I don't know how else to say it. Like she made out. Like she got what every girl who goes to LA wants, which is just enough fame to sustain her, the rock star boyfriend who's famous, but not so famous that every woman's going to try to break off a piece.
Right.
You know, couple of kids with him, you know, and you know, she definitely married a younger man.
Right.
You know, like not that she is not a very extremely attractive older woman.
Right.
You know, it's just one of those things where you're just like, wait, you married that guy? That guy's like 10 years. Wait, what am I complaining? What am I judging for? Of course. Fucking of course. Do you see that sitting right there? Of course you tap that. Of course. There ain't no fucking contest. There's no question. You know? That could be 20, 30 years older than you. You don't fucking care. You do not care. You know? Oh, man. Here's me just being a pig on the stream, you know? Just like fucking incomplete chauvinist asshole. Oh.
That's why we love you, Jack.
Aw. Felicia. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, Felissa Rose. Felissa Rose is great. Oh, man, she's so fantastic.
So, Jack.
Yes.
I'm not exhausted, but I'm thinking that I should let you, because you have to do a video tomorrow.
Yeah, I should probably go soon. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I should probably go. I would love to have someone else on the stream, but that means it'll go for another 3 hours.
Yes.
Yeah, and I have to do a video tomorrow.
I super appreciate talking with me tonight. It's always such a pleasure to be on your stream.
Oh, I love talking to you, man. Like it's always good. Like it's so weird. I can't get over the fact that we know each other 5 years at this point. It always feels like we just met like a few months ago.
I know. It feels so weird. And we've, me and you. This may sound stupid, but both you and Josh, when it comes to this online community, you guys are my horses, I guess. I'm sticking with you guys. You're the guys I'm betting on, you know?
Oh man. Well, I hope we're good for it. I want to get just like we'll get to that million subscribers, 100,000 views.
I think you're the guys who I think have worked hardest for it and deserve it, you know, that kind of thing.
Oh, thank you.
Mhm.
Thank you. Yeah, I hope I hope we are good for it. I won't lie, I could use the money. Yeah, like I could use that cash, you know, man. Oh, jeez. Yeah.
Well, and you're both you both are so super nice, and you know, and you're, you know, I absolutely consider you to be two of my best friends. So.
Oh, thanks, man. Yeah, you're definitely a friend. What the hell? You know? Yeah, definitely one of the, you know, jeez. Man, I can't, like, sorry, a little blown away there. A little don't know what to say. You know? Oh, man. Yeah. No, I'll definitely hook you into the Monster Palooza thing, like, when that happens. Because, yeah, just, dude, like, I love, having that. The thing I love the most about that last MagFest trip that we had, which is, I gotta be honest, I don't think I'll be going back to that con, despite the fact that we all had a blast. You know? But I think we can have a blast in other places.
Right.
You know? Right. But because that's what made it cool, you know? It was just like, no, we're just here. And it was kind of nice to just be kind of fucking awful reprobates and just be like, I still remember that fucking I still remember that moment when you turned to me, because like at the time Josh and Kaluta were dating,
right?
And you turned to me like it was me, you, and Crash. We were in that room, and you just come out, and you're like, "She is fucking him, right?" And I'm like, "I hope so." They're dating. You know? Oh man, no, that was beautiful. That's a beautiful moment. Oh man.
It wasn't so much a question of. It's like it was more like it's happening, right? You know?
Yeah. Like it's going on, you know. That better be going on, because we don't want to be giving up that hot tub in that bedroom for nothing. You know, like, because oh man, that was the best part about that place. You know, it's like, wait, there's a fucking hot tub in the master bedroom. Holy fucking crap, that's beautiful. Yeah, it's like the Fast and the Furious. We're like a family. A sick, twisted, fucked up family that fucking does fucked up shit. Oh man, have you seen Fast and Furious 5?
No.
You gotta see Fast and Furious 5. You're almost never gonna hear this again. But the 5th movie, it gets really good. And the best... No, I'm dead serious. Fast and Furious 5 is a legit fucking movie. Like, you're watching this and you're like, oh, ludicrous. I don't know why you're in this movie, but God bless you for being in it. You know, it's like all of a sudden they add The Rock. They add The Rock as the antagonist. And you're just sort of like, yeah, Rock, you sweat. You fucking sweat, Rock. You stare down Vin Diesel like he's a threat. And you fucking sweat like there's no tomorrow. You know? And if you ever see the movie, you'll know what scene I'm talking about. Right. But like, no, Fast and Furious 5, turns out, is a really good fucking movie. I would never have suspected this because it happened where I was like, Josh was like, we're watching this, or better put, I am showing this to you. It's Fast and Furious 5. And I'm like, what the shit is this fuckness? I ain't watching no goddamn Fast and Furious movie. And he's like, no, you're watching this. I'm like, why am I watching this? He's like, because it's amazing. And I'm like, all right, because it's you, we're going to watch Fast and Furious 5. But I want it acknowledged. He's like, no, you don't even have to say it. I sound like a fucking idiot. I sound crazy. And those other 4 movies are bullshit. But Fast and Furious 5, we're watching it. And we're watching. We get to the end of that thing. And I'm like, they're up to 6, right? And he's like, I just so happen to have it right here. And I'm like, put it in now. Put that movie in now. I have got to see what happens. Like, I don't know how to put it other than part 5 is where it gets completely redonkulous, and I fucking love it. Like, characters who were dead come back with amnesia. And I'm like, right. I don't know why I'm buying this. I don't know why I'm buying this plot twist. This is the dumbest soap opera shit I've ever heard, but I'm buying it. Okay, Fast and Furious 5. What else has it got? It has got a high-speed chase, the likes of which you have never seen before. And I say this seriously. I say that with all sincerity. It's one of the best car chase sequences I've ever seen in a movie. And that includes fucking Road Warrior. Like, this thing is up there. The car chase in Fast and Furious 5 is fucking up there. But I don't want to give away why. Because it's amazing. One element, one simple element of that damn thing just makes you go, this is the best car chase ever. But I don't want to ruin it. You gotta watch the movie.
That's fair.
You gotta watch it. And that goes for everyone to slut pit too. No, trust me. Fast and Furious 5, the good part is you don't have to have seen the other previous 4. Just fucking roll with it. Hey, why are we acting like we've met this character before? Shh, don't worry about it. You don't need to know. You don't need to know. You don't need to see Tokyo Drift. You don't need to fucking see Fast and Furious 2. And you definitely don't need to see 4. It's complete bullshit. Don't worry about it. All you need to know is this one girl's forgotten her memory. That's all you gotta care about. Hey, it's about Vin Diesel and fucking what's his name? Fuck it, the guy who died doing 7.
Oh shit.
Actually, technically, he didn't die making the movie. He died while he was on. He died on the Autobahn. Paul Walker. Yeah, he died on the Autobahn in the middle of filming, unrelated to any shot they were making. Which man, you're just sort of like, and you watch these 5 and 6, and you're like, Paul Walker died. That is a damn shame. That is a damn shame because he and Vin Diesel and The Rock become the heart of that fucking series. They become the fucking heart of that series. And you're just sort of like, yeah, you 3 crazy guys who can only just barely get along. You pull off another fucking car heist. You do it. You do it for family. How is this about family? I don't know, and I don't care. I want to see what crazy shit you guys fucking pull off. Because here's the beautiful part. 5 is amazing. 6 is great. And as you get to 6, as you get to the end of 6, your mind does this. It's like you summon it into existence with your mind. Which is, you're like, man, fucking, these movies are fantastic. These movies are fantastic. But you know what this series really needs? Jason Statham. And the minute you think that, he fucking appears. And you're just like, in, in. I'm just in. Fucking guy from Crank is here to kill everybody with cars. And I'm sitting there, and I'm like, I am liking Fast and Furious 5 and 6 more than any of the Transformers movies. How did you do that? How did you take this nothing bullshit series and turn it into awesomeness? I don't know. I don't fucking know. I have no good answer. You know, the only answer that I could possibly fucking come up with, is Justin Lin. It's the only thing I can think of. It's Justin Lin and the fucking stunt coordinator. Because when they did 5, they decided to do something really important, which is they stopped using CGI. At least as much. So when cars are doing shit on the road, they're doing it. It's happening.
Right.
And you're looking at this going, you're like, wow, how did you CGI that? It looks so real. And then you see the behind the scenes footage and you're like, wait, you just did it? You can do that? They'll let you do that? It's like, yeah, if you give them enough money. If you've got stupid, retarded Hollywood franchise money, they will. And you're like, wow. So what you're telling me is Rio de Janeiro was planning on rebuilding the roads anyway. Because they fuck those roads up, man. They fuck them up.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I cannot say enough good things about Fast 5 and Fast 6. They are amazing. Are they smart movies? No. They're dumb as shit, but they are the right kind of stupid. So if you ever just want to turn your brain off and see some, like, dumb shit and be purely entertained, and by the end of it, be going, that's right, Vin Diesel, you fucking saved Paul Walker. And just get into it, dude. Just fucking no. Yeah. Fast 5 and 6. Don't bother with it. Don't bother with 4 and the previous ones. They're bullshit. They don't fucking matter. You know, 5 and 6. That's the real jams. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. I can't. I was so blown away. I was completely blown away by that shit. Oh man. Oh, okay. Someone said this. All right. Well, Fright Nights and Monster Girls. I think it is about time for me to say, Satan and I love you very much. Thank you for joining us. Razorvine, is there anything you'd like to say on the way out?
If you want to check out my old stuff, it's still up on dailymotion.com/Razorvine. There you go.
There you go. You wanna see the expert on David Dakota movies? Break it down for you. Yeah, go to dailymotion/Razorvine. Check that shit out. And until next time, Fright Nights and Monster Girls. Remember, Satan and I love you very, very much. And we will see you next time. Take care.